My name is Councillor Helen Green, and I'd like to welcome members of the public, colleagues and officers to this meeting. I'm chairing tonight's meeting, and to manage the business as efficiently as possible, I will invite people to speak one at a time to ensure their contributions are heard properly. Therefore, please do not speak unless invited to do so by me. Thank you in advance. The fire evacuation procedure. On hearing the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately using the nearest available exit. Do not, under any circumstances, use the lift. The assembly point is in the area in the Civic Office car park next to the roundabout. You should not attempt to re-enter the building until you know it's safe to do so. Please ensure that your mobile phones are switched off or on silent. Members of the committee and visiting members and members of the public, please be aware that our planning committee meetings are always webcast live, and so any contribution you make will be broadcast. Please remember to use your microphone when speaking and to turn it off when you have finished. This is very important for the webcast because the camera will then move to the next speaker. You need only press the black button once each time to turn it on and off. Item number 1 is membership. I have Councillor Giorgio substituted tonight for Councillor Gray. Item 2 is communication and apologies. Members, a by-election is due to be held on the 24th of July for the Borough and Town Council seats formerly held by the late Councillor Alan Plancy. Business as usual continues, but pre-election guidance requires that members avoid making overtly party political points. Officers have avoided scheduling politically sensitive matters. I hope we will stay on topic and respect the process in this meeting. Members, we have a recorded voting system, and we do this with general members first, then members who represent the ward the application is in, and I vote last and exercise an additional casting vote if it's required. Visiting members and community advocates, I thank you for being present. Please make sure you alert the chair when leaving and re-entering the meeting so it can be made for our records. Officers have tabled papers detailing additional information that have been received in relation to the applications to be considered tonight. Copies have been circulated to members and made available to members of the public present. Do all committee members have a copy? Thank you. And I have apologies for the absence of Councillor Gray, and I don't think there are any other apologies. Item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare in connection with this evening's agenda? Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I have a non-declarable interest on the first application, which is Bushey Hall Grove Club, and as a result of that, I will leave the chamber during the discussion and the vote, which is about now.
Thank you very much. Item 4 is the minutes. The minutes of the meeting held 22nd of May are included in the papers. Can these be confirmed as a true record? Thank you. So as papers for this meeting were published and provided to members of the committee 5 working days in advance, and a meeting held to clarify technical points has been held, I will proceed on the basis that members are well informed of the applications before us, having received and read the reports. For each application, it's custom and practice at Hertsmere for a member of the public to be permitted to speak against an application and 1 member of the public to speak in support. And when there are 2 speakers for an application, the person wishing to speak against speaks first. Councillors who are not members of the committee may also speak in their role as a community advocate. And I have tonight Councillor Nicholas, for item 5A and Councillor Selby for item 5B. Is that correct? Yes, lovely. Members, may I remind you that any request for an amendment, a deferral or a refusal must make it clear what the planning consideration is for the minutes. Item 5A, we now will go on to 24/1022/OUT, the land at Bushey Hall Golf Club, Bushey Mill Lane, and I invite Alexia to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is indicated in the plan with the red outline boundary, and the blue line boundary indicates other land owned by the landowner. The proposal relates to outline planning permission for the provision of new homes and community healthcare and wellbeing facilities, includes access and residential layout to be approved, whereas appearance, scale and landscape are reserved matters to be considered at a later time. The proposal relates to 350 residential units, 70% of which would be affordable housing, totaling 245 units. Up to 1,500 square metres for non-residential use would relate to approximately 1,000 square metres for a healthcare and wellbeing use and 500 square metres for a community use. This is the aerial image of the site and the surrounding area. Moving on to some site photos, the first image indicates the access from Bushey Hall Drive, whereas the remaining images in this slide indicate the topographical changes across the former golf course with varying land levels. The site contains 3 overhead pylons, and at the lower right-hand corner, the image shows the point where footpath 003 meets the application site before cutting through diagonally along the northwestern corner of the application site. The illustrative master plan shows the 2 access points, the healthcare and community hub located on the northeastern corner of the site. The proposal includes the extension of Scotswood towards the east. Traffic circulation within the site is divided between the northern and southern parts of the development. The cycle and pedestrian link would serve to prevent through traffic and provide emergency access only. The master plan also notes the localised road widening along Cleuston Avenue. The key considerations are set out in detail within the committee report and will also be presented in the following slides. In terms of the principle of development, the NPPF, SP1, CS1 and CS2 all highlight the importance of sustainable development, including the provision of homes and supporting infrastructure. Hertsmere Borough Council are unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply and is, in fact, amongst the lowest in the country. In the Hartfield Avenue appeal, it was confirmed to be 1.36 years. And following updates to the NPPF taking place in December 2024, set out a new standard methodology to calculate housing targets, which has since increased the housing targets for Hertsmere. Paragraph 11D of the NPPF sets out the requirements for sustainable development, and it states that where there are no relevant development plan policies or the policies which are most important for determining applications are out of date, as is the case for Hertsmere, permissions should be granted unless the application of policies in this framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provide a strong reason for refusing the development proposed, or any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the NPPF taken as a whole. In terms of the application, therefore, planning permission should be granted unless there is a strong reason to be refused based on areas, assets of importance, or adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposal. And this is considered further in the presentation. In terms of the need for a community hub, CS19 of the core strategy sets out that key community facilities would be supported subject to any environmental constraints and other relevant policies. The application is supported by a social infrastructure assessment, which sets out any potential requirements in the area for community uses. In terms of the community hub, there has been expressed interest from Community First to run and manage the facility. There's a variety of community uses that can be accommodated within the proposed floor space, and examples have been given in paragraph 720 of the committee report. In terms of securing the community hub and its management and in the future, this is done through the Section 106 legal agreement, and details for this have been outlined in the heads of terms, with the most up-to-date version provided in the update sheet. In terms of the need for the medical centre that is proposed, the social infrastructure assessment identifies a net deficit of approximately 19,816 patient places within a 2-mile radius from the development. The NHS Integrated Care Board has been consulted on this application. Their response has requested a monetary contribution towards identified projects, which are mainly in Watford. There have been several discussions between officers and the NHS, as well as the applicant, in order to understand this position. The proposal has been updated and clarification has been provided, and the proposal itself does include the construction of the medical centre and retention of the ownership by the site owners, the subsequent lease to a local doctor's practice or the NHS on a long-term basis for 15 years for a peppercorn rent. There is an occupational trigger at 80% occupation of affordable housing and 80% occupation of market housing before the development of the medical centre would commence, but this secures that the affordable housing would also be progressed and occupied at that point in time. And in the event that the reservation period, which is 5 years, expires without a lease agreement, the request for the monetary contribution will be payable as set out in the NHS response. And an alternative use will subsequently be sought in agreement with HBC. The details of that are set out also in the update sheet in the heads of terms. In terms of the proposal's impact on the Greenbelt, the site is located within the Greenbelt, and the purposes of the Greenbelt are set out in paragraph 143 of the NPPF. These are to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, to preserve the setting and special character of historic towns, and to assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land. In December 2024, the updated NPPF also brought in grey belt as a new definition. The definition of grey belt states that it is land in the green belt comprising of previously developed land and or any other land, in either case, that does not contribute to any of the purposes, that does not contribute strongly to any of the purposes A, B, or D in paragraph 143. Grey belt excludes land where the application of the policies relating to the areas or assets in footnote 7, other than green belt, would provide a strong reason for refusing or restricting the development. It is highlighted that the contribution to the purposes needs to be strong, and it relates to all of those 3 purposes. So in terms of assessing the contribution of the application site to the purposes of the Greenbelt, there have been previous assessments, Greenbelt Stage 1 and 2 assessments that were used as part of the evidence base for the previous Reg 18 local plans. The site was assessed originally in the Stage 1 assessment that was published in 2018 and was found to contribute moderately to purpose A, strongly to purpose B, and makes no contribution to purpose D. However, the Greenbelt Stage 1 and 2 assessments are now outdated due to the updates to the PPG, which took place in February 2025. The PPG now sets out in detail, as per the table that is shown to the right, how to assess the contribution to the purposes. This table is also provided within the committee report in paragraph 7.49. And in terms of the contribution of the site to purpose B, this is discussed further in the following slide. Due to the update to the PPG, the assessment of contribution is now undertaken on a site-by-site basis for applications following the update to the PPG. So in terms of the application site, the site is devoid of existing development. There are natural landscape features separating it from surrounding development and is visually enclosed. The area of physical development is approximately 11.8 hectares, and the comparison below indicates the area of the red line in total, the blue line ownership, which incorporates the areas of the red line, and parcel 15 as a whole, which was what was assessed under the stage 1 assessment, which was a total of 88 hectares compared to the 11.8 hectares of physical development taking place. The image at the top is from the stage 1 assessment. Parcel 15 is this parcel in the lighter green color, and the blue shapes indicate the approximate location of the proposed development within the application site. In the bottom image, it's the illustrative master plan indicating a 230-metre landscape buffer to the north and 210-metre landscape buffer to the west of the development. And the orange areas also indicate how much further parcel 15 expands beyond the development itself. Based on the above, it is considered that the proposal would not result in a loss of visual separation between Bushey and Watford as perceived on the ground when travelling between settlements. Having the previous table in terms of assessing purpose B into consideration, it is considered that the site actually makes a moderate contribution to purpose B in its current state and following the proposed development. So to summarize, as previously shown in the slides, the site makes a moderate contribution to purpose A, a moderate contribution to purpose B, and no contribution to purpose D. Going back to the definition of grey belt land, land in the green belt which does not strongly contribute to any of the purposes can be considered grey belt, and grey belt excludes land where the application of the policies in footnote 7 would provide a strong reason for refusing or restricting the development. As per the assessment within the committee report, the footnote 7 assets other than the green belt relate to habitat sites and or designated sites as sites of special scientific interest, local green space, national landscape, national park, or heritage coast, or replaceable habitats, designated heritage assets and other heritage assets of archaeological interest, and areas at risk of flooding or coastal change. In order for the land to not be considered grey belt, these have to be providing a strong reason for refusing or restricting the development. As per the assessment, none of these provide a strong reason for refusal, and therefore the conclusion is that the site is considered to be grey belt. In terms of further assessing the proposal in terms of its appropriateness or inappropriateness to the greenbelt, the compliance with paragraph 155 and 156 on the NPPF is considered. Paragraph 155 states that development of homes, commercial and other development in the greenbelt should not be regarded as inappropriate where all of the following apply. In terms of the requirements of 155A, all 5 purposes are considered in their totality. It is considered that the development would not fundamentally undermine the purposes of the remaining greenbelt land across the area of the plan as a whole, and therefore it complies with A. In terms of B, there is no dispute that there is a demonstrable unmet housing need in the borough. And with regards to C, The site is arguably in a sustainable location as it is situated within the existing settlement of Bushey with access to a number of nearby amenities. Coming down to 155D, this relates to the golden rules, which are further set out in paragraph 156 of the NPPF, with further explanation provided in paragraph 157. Paragraph 156 states, where major development involving the provision of housing is proposed on land released from the Greenbelt through plan preparation or review or on site in the Greenbelt subject to a planning application, the following contributions should be made. The proposal would provide 70% affordable housing, which is above the 50% requirement of the golden rules, while necessary improvements to local or national infrastructure would be made in the form of the provision of medical centre, a financial contribution towards medical services, contributions towards education, highways works and highways contributions, and other local services as set out in detail within the heads of terms and in the committee report. Finally, in terms of the provision of new green spaces that are accessible to the public, just over 70% of the site is proposed to be free of development and designated as public open space. As the development complies with all of the above, the development would be considered as not inappropriate in the Greenbelt. The proposed affordable housing would be secured through the Section 106 agreement in terms of the full mix proposed, and the legal agreement would also include a cascade to give priority to local residents in the first instance. The mix of the affordable housing and in terms of its tenure as well is provided within the table. 88 three-bed houses and 34-bed houses are provided, indicating a large number of family homes to be provided as affordable housing, which are significantly lacking in the borough. 30% of the overall development would be market housing. This equates to 105 units. The proposed mix is indicated on the slide, and there's a condition attached to require that all dwellings would achieve M42, which are accessible and adaptable dwellings, and a proportion of these would meet M43 requirements for wheelchair units. In terms of the visual impact of the proposed development, layout is a matter for approval. The site comprises of the 350 residential properties. The layout confirms the location of roads and buildings, the overall quantum that can be achieved on the site. Amendments have been made to the plan to include the second access to the northeast. The layout responds to the layout of the former golf course and existing trees in order to maintain as many of those as possible. Concerns were raised by the Council's Urban Design Officer relating to arrival experience from the south. However, there are further matters to be considered at reserved matters stage. On balance, it is considered that the proposal has gone some way to mitigate concerns, and further improvements can be achieved at reserved matters. Both scale and appearance are reserved matters, and further information will follow where the application to be approved. In terms of building heights, a parameter plan has been provided and approved as forms part of the approved conditions in terms of the application. The minimum height would be 2 stories, and the maximum height proposed would be 3.5 stories. In terms of the development's impact on residential amenity, there is sufficient separation distances with existing properties, which the requirement would be 20 to 28 meters, depending on that relationship. Further mitigation of potential overlooking is to be determined at reserved matters, subject to the detailed design of the proposed buildings, especially in terms of the location of windows. In terms of the residential amenity of future residents, no concerns are raised in terms of daylight and sunlight and impact to future residents. There are further considerations to take place at reserved matters regarding overlooking, subject to the detailed design. Moving on to the access. An access parameter plan has been provided with the application, which also indicates the various routes through the site. As mentioned earlier, indicated in the yellow circle is the link This link would be for pedestrian, cycle and emergency access use only, and vehicles would not be able to travel through the site to ensure that rat running is prevented. Following queries raised at the technical briefing, the images to the right indicate the precise location of the northern access, which is just slightly to the south of Duncan Way and between numbers 451 and 453 Bushey Mill Lane. A transport assessment was submitted with the application. HBC Highways have not raised an objection subject to conditions and planning obligations. The contributions requested relate to bus services in the area and a travel plan monitoring fee. National Highways have also not raised an objection, and Active Travel England have not raised an objection subject to conditions. Parking is a matter to be determined at reserved matters, subject to the detailed design of the site. The southeastern access point has been designed with a carriageway width of 6.5 metres with a 2-metre wide footway along its southbound extent and a 3-metre wide combined cycle footway along its northbound extent. A footway will also be provided to the south of Bushey Hall Drive, with tactile paving also to be provided. The southeastern access will be provided as a priority controlled junction. The northeastern access will be provided as a Copenhagen crossing type style arrangement, which prioritizes movement of pedestrians and cyclists. 90 of the residential properties will be accessed via the northeastern access, and 260 residential dwellings are to be accessed via the southeastern access. The screenshots of the tables indicate the arrivals and departures expected at AM peak and PM peak for the two accesses. In terms of impact to the wider area around the development, junction modelling has taken place on junctions with 5% plus change in terms of traffic. And Hertsmere Roundabout was also considered, as it is considered to be a sensitive junction in the area. The transport assessment identifies an increase of queuing and delays expected as a result of the development. However, these would not be severe. Paragraph 116 of the NPPF would therefore not be triggered. This paragraph states that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. As paragraph 116 is not triggered and HBC Highways have not raised an objection to the application, this is not considered to be a reason for refusal on highways grounds. In terms of public rights of way, there will be an upgrade to footpath 002, which is within the application site and is the portion that crosses diagonally within the application site. A new unadopted footpath is proposed that runs almost parallel to footpath 003. This will be publicly accessible through the site. Moving to landscape. A landscape and visual impact assessment was submitted alongside the application. Landscape is a reserved matter, and additional details are to be provided and secured via conditions. Some landscape impact has been identified, and proposed landscape mitigation through enhanced planting is secured in the conditions. The updated illustrative landscape master plan provided sufficient information to satisfy Place Services, who are the council's landscape consultants, that sufficient front green spaces and street tree planting are achievable, and therefore no concerns are raised on this point. In terms of the impact of the development on trees, the site consists of 70 individual trees and 50 groups of trees. It contains one Category A woodland, one Category C hedgerow, and tree 27 is listed as a veteran tree. The proposal includes the removal of 4 Category B trees, 10 Category C trees, and 2 Category U trees, which is a total of 16 trees to be removed. It also includes the removal of 4 Category B groups and 10 Category C groups, which is a total of 14 groups, and a partial removal of 1 Category A group and 2 Category B groups and 1 Category C groups. This would result in the partial removal of 4 groups. In terms of TPOs on the site, only 2 TPO trees will be removed as part of the development, 1 individual tree and 1 tree in a wider group. The proposed mitigation contains areas of new native woodland and scrub planting, resulting in 375 new trees in a range of sizes. 2 new semi-mature cherries are proposed to replace 1 cherry that is proposed to be removed. And the landscape master plan illustrates 110 new street trees, 158 new individual trees within the green spaces, and the total new tree planting amounts to 650 trees. Given the substantial mitigation that is proposed, the Council's arboricultural consultants have not considered this to raise concerns, and further details on landscaping will be provided at reserved matters. In terms of the ecological impact of the proposal, overall the proposal achieves more than 10% biodiversity net gain on all types of units, and in particular in terms of hedgerow units, it achieves 260%. Fisher's Field is a local nature reserve which is approximately 100 metres from the site and lies outside the site boundary, and Scotswood is a local wildlife site to the north of the application site in this hatched area. Scotswood is proposed to be retained, protected and enhanced as part of the proposals, and as mentioned previously, an eco-link to the east of Scotswood is proposed with additional planting. The site contains woodlands, species poor grassland, scrub and ponds, and the lowland mixed deciduous habitats are considered to be of principal importance. The proposals mainly lead to losses of species poor grassland, vacant land and introduced shrub, with losses of tree cover only where necessary. There is substantial protection of habitats that are to be retained on the site, and these are controlled via the recommended conditions. Bats and great crested newts are protected through appropriate measures, and reptiles are likely absent within the site. The proposals will create extensive areas of habitat, and on that basis, HBC Ecology have not raised objections subject to conditions. The recommended conditions relate to a construction environmental management plan, nesting birds, mammal mitigation measures, reptile mitigation measures, woodland mitigation and protection measures, lighting impact assessment, confirmation of responsibilities and operations in relation to the construction environmental management plan, the submission of a B&G management plan, a biodiversity enhancement and management plan, and habitats monitoring and management plan. Moving to flood risk and drainage. The top image indicates the flood zones 2 and 3 to the north and south of the application site. To the north, the King George drain is the main source, and to the south, it's Hillfield Brook. There are pockets of surface water flood risk, as shown on the bottom image. Both access points are within the flood zones, and design needs to ensure safe access and egress for the proposed development. In terms of the sequential test, the criteria is set out in paragraph 7.166 of the report. The criteria include the requirement for the sites to be considered across the whole borough, areas of 0.5 hectares or more, or a capacity of 10 units or more to be considered in order to trigger affordable housing provision, sites that are reasonably available with lower risk of flooding, capacity of less than 25% of the proposed development, and a minimum of 100 units per site in a series of linked sites. The sequential test has found 6 sites to be sequentially preferable, and on that basis, the sequential test is not passed. However, the Mid and Red Row versus the Secretary of State High Court decision discusses the impact of a failed sequential test in comparison to unmet housing need and that balance taking place. It states that if the total size of sequentially preferable locations is less than the unmet housing need, so that satisfying that need would require the release of land which is not sequentially preferable, that may be taken into account in the overall planning balance. The current 5-year housing land supply position has already been discussed as one of the lowest in the country, and housing targets have also increased. All sequentially preferable sites will need to come forward to satisfy the need, plus more beyond that. And the failure of a sequential test would not constitute a reason of refusal of the application on that basis. The sequentially preferable sites would result in a provision of 6,160 dwellings and a total of 6,510 dwellings if the application site is included, which is below the approximately 18,000 homes target resulting from the new standard methodology. Affinity Water have not raised any objections subject to conditions. Thames Water has not raised any objections. The LLFA has not raised objections subject to conditions. And the EA also has not raised an objection. This is also subject to conditions. The consultees are satisfied that the provided and conditioned information would ensure that the development can be made safe and would not increase risk of flooding in surrounding areas. In terms of other considerations, there is low harm to non-designated heritage assets near the development. On balance, the proposal would not result in detrimental adverse impacts on heritage and would not constitute a reason for refusal. And archaeology conditions are included in the report for written schemes of investigation. In terms of refuse and waste, the detailed design for refuse storage is subject to reserved matters, and a site waste management plan has been conditioned to manage waste throughout the construction process. In terms of climate change, a climate change and energy statement has been submitted as part of the application, and an additional condition is recommended to be added if the application is to be approved. In terms of the planning balance and conclusion, the site has been assessed and found to be grey belt, and there are no footnote 7 reasons for refusal. The proposal would comply with paragraphs 155 and 156 of the NPPF, and therefore the proposal is not considered to be inappropriate development in the green belt. The relevant key considerations have been assessed in detail with the report and as presented. A number of conditions are recommended, and the heads of terms regarding planning obligations to be secured have been updated and provided in the update sheet. The adverse impacts of granting permission would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, as per paragraph 11 of the NPPF. Therefore, permission is recommended to be granted for the proposal. The planning obligations relate to all of the following as set out in detail within the update sheet. And therefore, the recommendation is to delegate to the Head of Planning and Economic Development and Climate Change to approve subject to the following conditions and following the completion of a suitably worded Section 106 agreement and referral to the Secretary of State to consider calling in the application under the Town and Country Planning Direction 2024. If the Section 106 agreement is not successfully completed within 6 months or in a timeline otherwise agreed with the local planning authority, the application is proposed to be refused based on the wording set out on the slide and within the update sheet as well. Some CGIs to close the presentation. This is a view of the proposed medical centre and some views of the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have speakers on this application, so please listen for your name and come forward when I call it. And remember, it's the black button to speak. So please, can I call Mr. Peter Steele to speak against the application? Thank you, sir. If you wish to sit down, yeah. Thank you. And then press the black button to speak. And you will have 3 minutes, and a bell will go when you've got 30 seconds left.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Members of the Council, thank you for hearing me this evening. I'm Peter Steele, Chairman of Squires Park Residents Association, on whose behalf I speak, as well as other local residents who have petitioned on this case. The proposed development of Bushey Hall Golf Club lies immediately adjacent to our estate. We are not opposed to new housing in principle, but strongly feel that this particular development is profoundly unsustainable and deeply flawed. The traffic impact is unacceptable. North Bushey is already gridlocked during peak hours. Aldenham Road, Little Bushey Lane and the surrounding residential streets are routinely congested. The addition of 350 homes and potentially over 600 cars will overwhelm an already fragile road network. The Council's own report acknowledges significant local concern around traffic, yet no detailed mitigation plans have been presented. The new road from this development, which would be onto Bushey Hall Drive, at a point where it is a private and unadopted road with no suitable pedestrian pathways, nor fit for the purpose to support the additional weight of such pedestrian vehicle traffic and pedestrian traffic. Such increased levels pose a serious threat for safety issues. Local infrastructure is already at breaking point. Schools in Bushey are full. This development makes no provision for this or any clear plan as to how existing schools will absorb a rise in students. The same is true of healthcare and other public services. The developer has offered flexible community healthcare space. The NHS has explicitly stated there is no need for an additional GP facility on this site presently, but craves additional funds to support already overstretched services in Watford. This is not meaningful healthcare provision. It is a placeholder with no guarantee. The environment protections are vague at best. The Council's own environmental health officer acknowledged that there are serious risks from this development taking place, especially during construction. Their support comes with conditions including construction management, air quality controls and noise mitigation. But all of these are promises on paper with no clear assurance as to how the conditions will be enforced or will actually protect residents. Once work begins, we will all live with the consequences. A traffic management plan must be implemented. This is an inappropriate use of greenbelt land. This site plays a vital role in preventing urban sprawl between Bushey and Watford. The Council's own greenbelt assessment ranks in this parcel and strongly contributing to that separation. Once built on, this land is forever lost. No second chance to protect it. We understand the need for affordable housing, but it cannot come at the expense of infrastructure, access, safety and green space. This is not how to build thriving, balanced communities. It's how resentment and environmental harm is created. If planning is granted, the proposal of 350 homes, of which 70%, 245, have been cited for social housing, the Council will need to confirm that only Hertsmere's current waiting list requirements will be used to fulfil this availability and not used for the accommodation of any other requirements outside the borough.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you. You've had your 3 minutes. Thank you. So please, can I call now Mr. Richard Henley to speak for the application? Thank you. You will have 3 minutes. Thank you
Chair,
very
members,
much.
good evening. I'm Richard Henley, a Chartered Town Planner and the applicant's agent on behalf of Velladale Leisure, the landowner, and JV partner Griggs Homes. I have sat and presented to this committee on numerous occasions over many years, but tonight I'm proud to be able to speak in support of an application that will make a genuinely positive and demonstrable difference to existing and prospective residents of Bushey with the delivery of new homes, publicly accessible open space and community and social infrastructure. Almost 25 years ago, I bought my first home in Bushey. It was a 2-bed cottage not far from this site. When we started a family, we outgrew the cottage and needed to move away from Bushey as there was no houses for young families within our price range. Tonight, this application has the potential to change that and deliver a range of homes for young couples, families, downsizers, and for those who yet can't afford to get on the property ladder and need an affordable home to rent or partly invest in. With 350 homes, over 50% of which will be houses, and 70% genuinely affordable tenures, Scotswood Park would deliver 245 affordable homes, which will be the single largest delivery of affordable homes in Hertsmere's history. When I lived in Bushey, I had to get in my car if I wanted to go to King George Park or visit Shopwick Surgery. At Scotswood Park, for the first time, the public will have access to 62 acres of parkland, the largest new community park in Bushey, right on their doorstep. Also within walking distance will be a new state-of-the-art medical, healthcare centre and community hub, which has the support from Manor View GP Surgery and Communities First, who will operate the facilities, addressing an existing 19,000 deficit in local GP waiting lists and meeting an identified need for multifunctional community space in North Bushey. In the absence of NHS funding, the landowner and Griggs will fully fund and deliver the new medical and community facility and lease it for a peppercorn rent of £1 per annum for 15 years to the operators, all secured by Section 106 agreement. The ability to live and access open spaces, medical and community facilities without the need for a car is a truly sustainable form of development and location which should be welcomed and supported. Through collaborative engagement with officers, statutory consultees, residents and ward councillors, the applicant has listened, amended and enhanced the scheme. All statutory consultees, including Hertfordshire Highways, Highways England, the LFA and EA, now support the scheme in conjunction with £8 million in Section 106 contributions and SIL monies, including £3.5 million to education and £1.4 million to local bus services. The total contributions package is unprecedented for a scheme in Hertsmere and amounts to £20 million, far exceeding any other Greenbelt scheme or appeal approvals in Hertsmere. This is a uniquely sustainable, landscape-led, integrated and high-quality grey belt scheme that exceeds the golden rules and will make a substantial and meaningful contribution to the lives and well-being of residents in North Bushey, addressing Hertsmere's lack of 5-year housing land supply, GP and community space shortages, and deliver genuinely affordable homes for the community. I therefore ask you to support your officer's recommendation to grant planning permission and in accordance with the NPPF and presumption in favour of sustainable development.
You've had your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Can I call now Councillor Nicholas as community advocate against the application?
Thank you.
And you'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Members, Griggs have presented you with a narrative which at first sounds compelling. Affordable housing, medical centre, community hub, all the bells and whistles. A utopian vision of idyllic life on an otherwise useless patch of grey belt land. But here's what they haven't told you. For a start, this is not grey belt, a point I'll return to later. Griggs don't want to talk about Affinity Water, who say the site is in a source protection zone for the public water supply. Excavation and drainage works could contaminate the groundwater. We're told they'll figure out a solution, but what that will be, we don't know. Griggs don't want to talk about the flood risks. The site is in flood zones 2 and 3. Both road access points are in the highest risk zones, 3A and 3B. Again, we're told they'll sort this out later, but not how. The Flood Authority demanded a sequential test. Griggs resisted. The site failed, but officers say that's okay. Griggs don't want to talk about the trees. In 2021, local councillors secured protection orders for most of the trees on this course. The scheme would see dozens of these trees hacked down, but how many? We don't know. Griggs don't want to talk about the access points. 280 homes will use Bushey Hall Drive, less a road than a narrow track with no pavement and crucially unadopted. No one maintains it. The Bushey Lane entrance will need to support a community hub and a surgery, but at neither end are any meaningful mitigations proposed. Speaking of the surgery, again, sounds good, but the report makes clear the NHS Integrated Care Board don't want it and won't provide GPs. It is incredibly unlikely there will ever be care provided on site. The offer of the surgery is a sweetener, but really a phantom. Griggs don't want to talk about sustainability. Active Travel England has repeatedly criticised the scheme's design. Pedestrian and cycle paths fall short of national standards. The site exceeds the recommended distance from transport links. Local bus services are pathetic. Even the applicant's own travel plan says there'll barely be a 5% modal shift from car use, well below national targets. One thing Griggs have talked about is their extensive consultations with ward councillors. In reality, they've only let us speak to them once. Then, with residents, we've tried for 5 months to get a proper meeting. Every time we managed to fix something up, they pulled out. Griggs say this is previously developed land, but only a tiny sliver of it has ever been built on. They and officers say it's grey belt, But why? The council's own report found the site makes a strong, not moderate, contribution to the fundamental purposes of Greenbelt, preventing towns from merging into one another. It acts as the crucial buffer between Bushey and Watford. As such, it cannot be Greybelt, but officers say otherwise, based purely on their own judgment. Members, I say you must use your own judgment. Do you want to merge Bushey and Watford at the stroke of the pen or the push of your button, your yes button, or not? We've always said that some development on here is near the old clubhouse is acceptable. The question here is scale, because this site is a living, breathing green space, not the toxic wasteland Griggs depicts in their video. It is well used by residents on the rights of way. It is part of a wider, continuous and natural green space, including Fishersfield Nature Reserve, Scotswood and the delicate ecology of Hertsmere Meadow and Hillfield Brook. This development would rip out its heart. Members, you have a difficult decision to make. Affordable housing must be taken seriously. But are you sure you want to write Griggs a blank cheque and approve this scheme in this form, on this scale, today? On a Greybelt definition made without logic, with road protections overlooked, the scale of TPO loss undisclosed, the risks of flooding and even groundwater pollution unsolved, and a mythical medical centre which will never materialise. Members, that is the unenviable decision you must make.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members?
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of some of the points that have been picked up, in terms of the source protection zones, Affinity Water does confirm that in their response, but they have also recommended conditions in terms of the works. The information doesn't have to be provided in advance if the consultees are satisfied that providing it prior to the commencement of development is sufficient, which is the case in this instance and in a lot of other of the conditions that are proposed on the list. The southern axis is used by 260 homes, not 280. And even though some of the reports say that it is previously developed land, my report does not. I have recognised that it has a small part of previously developed land, and the assessment is not made on that basis. The council's assessment of the contribution of the site to the Greenbelt, as I said, is severely outdated as it is from 2018, and our policy team is currently undertaking that work as part of the new local plan, but this is not going to be prepared for a good while yet. And on that basis, officers have to make their own assessments based on the updated planning practice guidance, which has provided very detailed tables in how the assessment of the contribution to the purposes is meant to be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions? Yeah, Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief question. The fact that we've obviously just discussed local plan, which obviously is old, tried to get through a local plan which was pulled, so we're without a local plan at the moment. So what weight, the key thing for me is obviously grey versus green. What weight does the 2024 MPPF definition give to a draft allocation like this, that we're essentially, officers are choosing to impose a grey belt before a local plan has adopted it as grey belt?
The site was not in the local plan. It's not a draft allocation. It is a speculative planning application. But as stated in the committee report at the very beginning, that does not preclude any applications from coming forward. So it is assessed on a site-by-site basis.
Thank you. Councillor Amron.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of things to say, but I'll start with a question. Alexia, on Monday at the technical, I know my colleague Councillor Allen asked about the TPOs, and we asked the question about groups of trees. and how many in a group, but we didn't have the answer to that. I just wondered if you actually have an answer, because we've got individual trees stated, but not how many in a group. What is it, 10,000?
Sorry, I did answer the question, but the groups of trees are not specified in how many groups they have. It is in terms of their amenity value as a group. The report that has been submitted does specify that one tree from a group will be removed, but the total number of how many trees are in a group is not specified.
Right, okay. And I just really wanted, you know, it was a good presentation by Griggs on Monday, equally a very good community advocate against presentation by Councillor Nicholas today. I can only speak for myself. I just feel that, you know, things that matter so much to the residents of Bushey, particularly in the area of the development, you know, things that are really emotive, we can't refuse on those things. You can't refuse on traffic, you can't refuse on failures of sequential flood tests. Even TfL, I see, are saying they don't have any problem with overcrowding of trains at Bushey Station, for instance. I live in Bushey myself, not down there, I'm more on Bushey Heath, but I certainly would agree that the levels of traffic congestion every day are absolutely horrendous. And it's just, I just think it's really quite sad that we can't talk about highways problems, you know, because we can't refuse on those points. Okay, that's it.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Thank you for your very detailed presentation, Alexia. Clearly, this is a very significant piece of work and a significant task for us on this committee to consider it. It is a very, it would be a major development, so it needs a lot of thought, and whatever the outcome, we need to get it right. There is quite a backstory to this site. It was the proposed site of the Watford Football Stadium 4 years ago. It's been the source of huge amounts of speculation in the community about the future of the golf course. It is used as a right-of-way. We get emails from people asking about how it's being maintained and what's going to happen. There was, several years ago, a successful application for around 30 units on the site of the old clubhouse. So in terms of the significance, the degree of affordable housing is a serious proposition, and that's why we need to be very mindful of that. It is a significant offer. And I think we've had a lot of comments about the highways impact, and it's not always appreciated, as Councillor Amaron says, that when the highways assessment comes back with no problems, it is very difficult for us to push back on that too hard, although I do have a couple of comments to make. Because it is so significant, there are three things I want to talk about, but I'll only do one of them at this point and then come back to the others. In many ways, it hangs on the grey belt definition. And a point I've made in previous meetings is that until any grey belt issues come to the High Court in a judicial review, we are all guessing. Ministers are guessing, committee members are guessing, the public are guessing, and so are applicants, because until it's tested in the courts, we do not know exactly what it means in practice. And I am drawn to point 7.48 of the officer's report, which refers to the previous assessment. And although it was a few years ago, what hasn't changed in that time is the gap between Bushey and Watford. The passing of time has not affected that in any way that I can determine. In point 7.48, it's made clear that this parcel of land is a crucial separation, really, between Bushey and Watford, and therefore contributes strongly to point B. However, officers, as we see in point 7.54, now consider that doesn't really carry any weight, because the housing doesn't, as far as I can make out, doesn't go all the way across the site of the old golf course. But I think, to my mind, when you see the layout of it, and I know the layout, aspects of the layout are to be considered here, it does, in many ways, look like there is development across a significant, it significantly alters the built environment of what is currently a completely virgin greenbelt site, apart from the old clubhouse. So my question is, what is the rationale, in a bit more detail, of rejecting the council's previous assessment that this contributed strongly to purpose B? Because on that issue hangs the entire status as grey belt.
So, in terms of the assessment, the table in the previous page from 4.51 indicates what is within the planning practice guidance. I have used this table in order to make the assessment of the contribution to purpose B. It's easier if you're looking at the report, but for the purposes, sorry, I'm just trying to find the slide. This is the table. This looks at the development itself in terms of it being able to be developed without the loss of visual separation between towns. This could be, but is not limited to, due to the presence of the close proximity of structures, natural landscapes, elements, or topography that preserve the visual separation. As I've said in the assessment, there are substantial landscape features that retain the visual separation from the surrounding development in the area. And the visual perception of proximity between Bushey and Watford is assessed as it is perceived on the ground when travelling between settlements. It isn't as it is shown on an aerial image in terms of the consideration of the impact of the development.
But that would all that logic would have applied at the time of the report. What I don't understand is what's changed.
It wouldn't have. The table is an update to the PPG that came in February 2025, this year, 4 months ago. This was not part of the consideration in 2018 when the stage 1 and stage 2 assessments of the Greenbelt were prepared.
Would you mind clarifying that one more time? Because essentially
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Does somebody put their hand up before you? So I can come to you in a minute.
That's all right, Councillor Rose, so I'm sure we'll come back to you in a moment. So I understand that, in weighing this up, there are reasons obviously for and against, and we've heard, presentations both from the advocate and presentations from members of the public, and also from councillors such as Councillor Nicholas this evening. I just wanted to just kind of reiterate a bit about, I've been making some notes around some of the kind of benefits and drawbacks, and I wanted to make sure that I'm fully understanding those when we weigh up this decision. So I've seen obviously that there's the quite a large amount of residential units that would help us towards our housing targets, and that there are a very low housing supply in the area of 1.36 years. I understand that is quite a large amount of affordable units as part of this application. And I seem to understand that 70% is quite a high amount of affordable to have in an application such as this. I understand for grey belt applications, you need to have about 50%, so there's over and above on that area. I also looking at the kind of like areas around the trees, and I appreciate that we've had some questions around TPOs and around 30 trees that would need to be removed. But then we've also heard around 650 new trees in total. So my question really is around the questions around the flood risk zones 2 and 3. I wanted to understand, were the implementation of 650 new additional trees taken into consideration of the risk of that flood risk? Reason being is obviously if we have 650 new trees minus the 30 that may be taken away, would that make any reduction in the risk of flooding? Was that taken into account in kind of making that decision, or is it based on the current flooding on the site? Thank you.
So the Environment Agency don't object to the application, and they would review the application in its entirety before making that recommendation, so they would have been aware of the landscaping proposals as part of that, and that would have factored into part of their assessment, which they've raised no objection subject to conditions.
Just also to add to that, the application was submitted in August 2024. It is now June 2025. In that time, there has been substantial discussions with the Environment Agency, and the applicant's team have undertaken substantial modelling in terms of the areas of flood risk, in terms of the King George Drain and Hillfield Brook, to ensure that the design of the development in terms of the flood risk mitigation that is being proposed is sound in what is putting forward. So the Environment Agency are satisfied in terms of the detailed modelling that has taken place, subject to the recommended conditions to secure all of that detail coming forward.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill. Sorry, I cut you off.
It's sort of a joint question, really. So just to get an understanding, thank you, Chair, by the way, if the question is the same, so before, obviously, February 2025, there was assessment 1 and 2, and the question is about unrestricted sprawl and preventing merging towns. Then, obviously, that's negated, and then after February 25, there's still a question preventing neighbourhood towns merging into another. So, fundamentally, what is the difference between the two?
The specificity of that table that was not previously available to anyone making an assessment in terms of the contribution of a site to the Greenbelt. This is something that is only present from February. Before that, anyone's guess, really, in terms of how the assessment is made. The stage 1 and stage 2 assessments put forward a methodology of how they're approaching the question of the contribution to Purpose B. But this level of detail was not available to anyone making those assessments at that time.
Yeah, if I can just also add to that, in terms of this report has been discussed extensively with the planning policy team in terms of the assessment of grey belt, but the report has also been reviewed by external counsel to offer that added layer of comfort that that assessment in terms of the grey belt and the fact that it has to perform strongly on all 3 aspects of the green belt test, that's been externally reviewed before we brought this report to committee members.
Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got one really easy question. I've got another one which is probably slightly more difficult, and then quite a difficult comment, I think. The first one is, for my benefit, and possibly for the benefit of our audience here, what is footnote 7, and how does it affect planning applications, and what is its footnote 7, what is its function? Do you want to answer that one first?
So the screenshot is paragraph 11. Paragraph 11 refers to footnote 7. This is in terms of areas or assets of particular importance. In terms of what those areas and assets are, 1 second, whilst I'm trying to find the correct slide. This is the list of what is contained within footnote 7. That includes the green belt, but in terms of the grey belt consideration, this is anything other than the green belt. So this is what is included within footnote 7. So in terms of these, habitats have been assessed, ecology has not raised an objection. Designated heritage assets, there aren't any. There's non-designated heritage assets. In terms of archaeology, HBC archaeology have also not raised an objection and have recommended conditions. Areas at risk of flooding, this has been discussed. This is subject to recommended conditions as well, but no objections have been raised. So on that point, none of these constitute a strong reason for refusal. And in that sense, footnote 7 is not triggered. So going back to going back to paragraph 11, it states that permission should be granted unless, footnote 7, assets present a strong reason for refusal, which is not the case. So then moving to part 2, permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposal when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole. Having particular regard to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, and providing affordable homes individually or in combination of those factors. Did that help in terms of the relation?
Thank you very much. It's cleared up some murky water a bit. My second question or comment is, in the last few years, it seems that if you want to demonstrate that you're doing something for the community, you throw in a medical centre. And we've had them in Radlet, we've got them in this application, and we've got them in the next application. And there is a serious questions about the viability of the NHS taking over the medical centre. What can we do here to ensure that either there is enough time for the NHS to decide whether or not they want to take over a medical centre, and what should we do? What can we do to ensure it is going to be used?
Can I refer you to the update sheet, which sets out the heads of terms, and page 10 specifically. Well, I don't know if it's page 10, page 11 might be on your one, but it sets out the heads of terms in terms of the medical centre specifically and how that is to be secured. So to run you quickly through this, there is a reservation period put forward. The reservation period is for 5 years. In those 5 years, the applicant and the NHS will enter discussions to see if they can come to an agreement, or with a local practice. It does not have to be the NHS directly. It can be a local doctor's practice. They will enter into the discussions to see if they can come to an agreement by the end of that 5-year period. At the end of that 5-year period, should that not come to fruition, the medical centre itself would not be coming forward, but the applicant is free to seek alternative community-related uses specifically in agreement with Hertsmere Borough Council, and they will have to pay the £719,253 that have been requested by the NHS. Now, in this sense, the proposal for the medical centre far exceeds the £700,000 that have been requested by the NHS. The proposal is to build the medical centre and offer it basically free to the NHS for 15 years. So really, if the NHS don't want it, it can be an alternative community use, but the hope is that in the 5-year reservation period, they will come to an agreement.
Can you just clarify for me when the 5 years begins? Is it the point at which permission is granted, or is it when the development is substantially completed? Because there is a big difference. It might take 5 years to build this, and I can see it sort of falling by the wayside while the rest of the development is being built. I'd much rather see something like a 5 years from the date of the sale of the last house or whatever.
In terms of the commencement of the development of the medical centre, this is triggered at 80% occupation of the dwellings. So this is triggered 80% of market and 80% of affordable housing before the medical centre actually starts development in itself. But in terms of the reservation period trigger, point 1 of the heads of terms states that the reservation period starts from the date of signing the Section 106 agreement. So this will be relatively shortly after the decision is made on the application.
Okay.
This is, and this is as much a comment as anything. The way we seem to be implementing grey belt, I am sure that government does not know how it is going to be implemented, and I can see developers embracing it as a catch-all to virtually put in an application anywhere or in lots and lots of locations. What really alarms me is our planning department seems to be embracing grey belt with enthusiasm, and I would like to see some pushback and also some more clarity when giving us information about what grey belt is. I know we had last weekend, we had the training, which was the first training I'd had on what grey belt is, and it seemed to me that the barrister giving that training was saying largely this is fairly early, this is how it could be interpreted, but who will know? And as Councillor Allen said, there must be a case for cases going to court and establishing what grey belt is going to be. Are we seriously pushing back as much as we can, and can we give more information to us about what the implications of grey belt are? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to allow the Head of Planning to give you an update on the fact that I think members can change the trigger point for Section 106, but also the discussions that have happened with respect to green and grey.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair's mentioned, if members did wish to amend that trigger point for the tolerance period for the NHS or for the medical centre, that's within your gift to do that. In terms of grey belt, I'll go back to the point I made a short while ago. There hasn't been case law yet. It is a relatively new phenomenon, but that we shouldn't necessarily wait for case law to come forward before we make decisions. The application has been tested robustly by officers in conjunction with the planning policy team, but as I said, because it is one of these first applications, we've also sought external legal advice who are well versed in the whole grey belt, and indeed gave members the committee training last week, so that has been reviewed in terms of our assessment of the grey belt and how it performs against those functions within the MPPF, and they're confident that it does constitute grey belt in this instance, and that's the justification we've brought to you tonight, members.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you for that update. I would argue slightly back that no one is well versed in grey belt yet, because we haven't had case law and it's only just come about. My point actually, again, echoes exactly what Councillor Lambert was saying. I think if grey belt designation happens through a local plan process, you're adding in local knowledge, you're adding in consultation, sizable officer resources to then designate this a certain piece of land as grey belt. Do we actually think it's appropriate to be recommending approval for an application on grey belt when it's purely, we know it's purely speculative and hasn't been through a full grey belt process?
As a local authority, we are required to determine planning applications that come before us. As Alexia said, we are critically low on the 5-year supply. I think we're about the 1 year, possibly slightly below at the moment, and there is a fundamental need to deliver housing. You'll also be aware, members, that we're being monitored in terms of decision making by MCLG, but we can't sit on undetermined applications without making a recommendation. There is a possibility that the applicant would appeal non-determination, and then the decision would be taken out of the local democratic hands and put in front of the inspector with the ramifications of what that may hold. But we have had the report checked. We wouldn't bring it to committee if we didn't believe it was grey belt, and we wouldn't put that forward, but that is the officer view that it constitutes grey belt and performs against those tests.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a tough one. I see the benefits of the application of 350 homes and 70% affordable. I also see residents' concerns and so on. So it's a very tough call to make later on when we do. But seeing that other councillors have mentioned the bit about grey belt and so on, I think my question would be directed more towards the head of planning than probably Alexia to you. But basically, when we have, because this is an outline application where you have some things that are approved if it goes ahead, and then other things coming as reserve matters at a later stage. So I just want to know, in relation, obviously, because we've been discussing about grey belt, could you offer any guidance in terms of grey belt, outline applications in grey belt designated areas, and what kind of course a committee can take?
Can I just clarify,
Yes.
Councillor Carter, do you mean guidance with respect to the fact the difference between a full application and an outlying one when the designation of the land is grey belt?
Yeah.
Apologies.
Right. So when we have a normal outline application, it's normally in a regardless of where the land is, we have a clear guidance. But because the grey belt area and definition is pretty new, and it's a concept that we're getting our heads around, what's the significance of an outline application in a potential grey belt area?
The application is outlined, but it does have layout to be a detailed matter for consideration, so you can see the layout of the scheme and how that relates to the wider site. It's landscape and scale that are reserved for, and appearance that are reserved for future determination, but that wouldn't impact on whether it's grey belt or not. You can see from the layout how that performs to the site.
Councillor Allen and then Councillor Sussman. Thank you.
Thank you. A point and then a question. I think just briefly returning to purpose B, my view is I think it's going to have to be a judgment call for members because, as mentioned, we can get advice from council, but the words are the words and we can all read the words, and I think it can have to come down to individual judgment because, as mentioned, this is almost a test case, and judicial reviews apply both ways because the public can also pursue a judicial review when permission has been granted. And I think I'd also argue there are some very difficult logical problems either way with this. It is very thorny. It's not easy for officers at all. But the thing is that in this particular example, although you might not notice the closing of the gap by driving around it, one of the supposed virtues of this scheme is you can walk and cycle through it. And therefore, if you did that, there would be no more buffer between Bushey and Watford. By the definition of living in it and walking or cycling through it, that buffer goes. And it is the only buffer left between Bushey and Watford at the edge of this borough. In fact, the buffer between this borough and the next one. But turning to another aspect of the golden rules, because as mentioned, this is a major application and we have to scrutinise this because our names that are on this either way. The golden rules, we hear a lot about them, so they are important to analyse. Looking at 7.760 and B, now all three rules must be met. And B is necessary improvements to local or national infrastructure. Now what's cited there was the medical centre. And it does say in the report from the NHS Integrated Care Board that there is not going to be a surgery. They're not going to do it. They don't want it. They're not going to pay any money for GPs. It says that in the report. So that falls away. Improvements to highways infrastructure, there is money through the S106, but nothing is tied, as far as I can see, nothing is tied to this actual, to that neighbourhood. They're writing a cheque, but then anyone could write a cheque, and suddenly you meet Purpose B just by writing a cheque. So the question is, in 760, in the Golden Rule B, what are the improvements to local infrastructure, apart from writing a cheque, being delivered here?
So the monetary contributions have been requested by the relevant consultees to meet what they have deemed necessary in terms of those improvements. In terms of the NHS, it's a monetary contribution. In terms of highways, it's a monetary contribution towards buses and towards the travel plan. In terms of education, this has been specifically requested by HBC, Growth and Infrastructure, contributions towards SEND education, secondary education, and a number of other things that are listed in detail. Those contributions still count towards improvements to infrastructure, because that fundamental request is based on the needs of each service to manage and improve that service, whether it comes through money or actual physical changes, such as the roads or the building out of the community centre. It still counts as a contribution to improvements to infrastructure.
But we know, and it's not the applicant's fault, that Section 106 money can take years to actually lead to anything and might not even be spent in that part of Bushey or even in Bushey at all. So in terms of meeting Purpose B of the Golden Rules, just writing not doing anything, but just handing over a cheque is sufficient. Is that right? So you can just pay. You can just pay to achieve that Golden Rule, basically. Is that how it works?
Sorry. So, in respect to the 106, we can look at the wording of it to ensure that it is used for those purposes, but there are other things like the community hub that are related, and the open space that's directly related to that site. So we can look at the 106 and use it to ensure that it is for within the development and supports the development as it meets the test for 106 obligations.
But that won't be possible because the county council will decide how that's spent, the highways, and you won't be able to. We can't tell them how to use that money. It won't work like that.
It'll be in the locality of the development. That's the purpose of it.
Thank you, through you, Chair. In terms of meeting the SEAL 122 regulations, they have to demonstrate where the money is going to be used, and it has to be reasonably related to the scheme and impact and mitigate impacts from that particular development. So they have to evidence to us how they're going to use that money and where they're going to use it for it to meet those tests. And those will be they're embedded within the Section 106 agreement, so they would be bound by that. So it isn't just a case of them writing a cheque and that can be spent elsewhere in the borough. It has to be related to that development.
So what will those things be then?
The consultation responses have set that out, but it will be in more detail in terms of the Section 106 agreement, because that is fully drafted in consultation with HCC as well.
But today, we don't know what will actually come from it.
They would have needed to evidence in their consultation response to us how that money is going to be spent, and that will then get embedded within the formal Section 106 agreement. So they have to give us the words and, in fact, the evidence on where they're spending that money.
But the problem is, though, that if residents ask me where that money is going to be spent, my answer is, I don't know.
So in terms of secondary education contributions, for example, HCC Growth and Infrastructure have stated in their response, which was received earlier this, actually, this is the one that's been updated. Excuse me. So, in the update sheet, secondary education contributions towards the delivery of a new secondary school serving the development either at a site to be identified as outlined in the emerging Hertsmere local plan to serve Bushey and or Carpenter's Park and or provision serving the development. This is 3 million and a bit, which includes land costs of about £60,000, index linked, special educational needs and disabilities contribution towards delivery of 113 additional severe learning difficulty special school places for pupils aged to 19 years old and or provision serving the development. Waste Services Transfer Station contribution towards increasing capacity at Waterdale Transfer Station and or provision serving the development. Monitoring fee, this is just standard monitoring fee, which is subject to various triggers, and those triggers also include their own charging. This is just an example of the wording from HCC Growth and Infrastructure. All consultees have to have similar wording in order to secure their contributions.
Thank you. Councillor Sussman, and then I think we have somebody from the Highways who would like to speak. But Councillor Sussman, you ask your question first. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, which was very comprehensive. Simple question. None of mine are normally simple. If this wasn't designated grey belt and it was green belt, if indeed Hertsmere has any green belt left, if it's not all grey, how do you think that the very special circumstances would have stacked up on this application?
The application, I mean, we've reached the conclusion that it is grey, but I can't comment on whether it's green because that's not what we have before us. We can only make a decision on what we have before us, and we've put that forward as a grey belt application.
But you must have an idea of what the very special circumstances might have been from what's offered, if indeed you feel there are some.
That's not what we have tested in terms of the assessment, and it's not what we have tested in terms of what has been reviewed by Council. It would be a very slippery slope to try to make that speculation without having a full assessment in terms of that.
We have
I just wanted to add to what Alexia was sort of saying in terms
Sorry,
of...
excuse me. Pardon me, sir. Would you like to explain who you are to people who are
Alan
here?
Story, Hertfordshire County Council Highways Department.
Thank you.
Many members know me. I just wanted to add to what Alexia was sort of saying in terms of the use of the contribution. It's obviously governed by the statutory tests, has to be related to the development. So the £1.4 million that we have requested would be for bus services that are directly serving that site, so they would be within an acceptable walk distance. Obviously, we don't run the bus services, they are run by the commercial entities, so we wouldn't want to sort of specify it to Route 316 potentially, because 316 may change, but it would be applied towards services that meet the needs of the residents of that development.
Councillor Giorgio.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I just wanted to really continue the discussion around green belt versus grey belt, because I'm struggling to understand how it could be designated as anything but grey belt under the new MPPF guidelines. I appreciate that some councillors have mentioned that there hasn't been a test case for this in terms of going up to an inspectorate, but a quick Google when looking on the BBC, I can see that other councils on other similar applications on golf club sites have designated that that site is grey belt, and also in terms of the purposes of the grey belt. When you mentioned around item B, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned about it having the designation or giving it a moderate was based on viewing it from the ground in terms of the distance to others to Watford or whatever it might be, but in the map it seems like there's trees surrounding the site in the new plans, and so I wanted to understand how we've given that a moderate scoring based on the fact that there would be trees surrounding the site, are you going to be able to see Watford from this site in the future? Have we done any kind of investigation around, you know, how you're going to be able to see it? I realise that another councillor mentioned around, you know, you may be able to walk between the sites, between, you know, kind of Watford and to Bushey, but, you know, I'm not sure really how we can say there's a moderate to that where, you know, there's basically trees surrounding the site which would prevent you being able to see it, which is how I understand that we've made that decision.
Just comment on the first part in terms of obviously other councils have determined their own applications, but this is on a case-by-case basis in terms of the development management process of determining applications rather than through a local plan in terms of site allocations. So each officer has to do their own judgment and come to their own conclusions. Obviously these get reviewed in all authorities anyway. In terms of the moderate contribution, I'm not sure I have understood your question in terms of the trees.
Just to understand that you make that judgment based on being able to see other towns or whatever it might be, or other urban areas or built-up areas. And so if there are trees surrounding this site, as it seems to be from the map, how have we given that a moderate? Could you give us a bit more detail about why we've given that moderate assessment there? I think it might be there, just there in that section there on the right. So, yeah, in terms of we've given it a moderate rather than a weak, I just wanted to understand why we've given that a moderate. Is it because, you know, you can see through those tree lines? Is it because you can, you know, there's not a huge amount of space between those? What kind of would give that a moderate rather than a strong or a weak?
I think the process was more taking the comparison between what weak says compared to what moderate says. So where it says it does not form part of a gap between towns, the site does form part of a gap between towns. And if it forms part of a gap between towns, but only a very small part of this gap without making contribution to visual separation, I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable in stating that it forms a very small part, as it says in that wording. So on that basis, then comparing moderate and strong in terms of the wording, I reached the conclusion that it's moderate. I wouldn't say it's low.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Allen. Sorry.
I should stress that I realise that officers have worked really hard on this application for a long time, Alexia, and I think we all appreciate how much work you put into this. It is it's a huge application, it's very complicated and very challenging for officers amid a changing regulatory landscape. Officers are in a difficult position at the moment. There's a lot to think about. You're juggling many responsibilities, and we appreciate that. At the same time, we have to scrutinise, because otherwise we're not doing our job properly, and we have to ask questions. Just as a comment, really, and this is not the fault of anybody within this chamber, but it does appear on some of the logic of these grey belt arguments, if you put trees around it and write a big check, you can build anything anywhere, because that makes it green belt. So that is a difficult thing to wrestle with when there have been no test cases. But the other thing I want to ask about, and it relates to infrastructure, is Bushey Hall Drive. Because a big part of the logic of this is the sustainability of walking and cycling. Bushey Hall Drive doesn't have a pavement. So everybody, the 260 homes at the southern end of this development, will have to walk on a road with no pavement. And also, it is an unadopted road, and historically we've had so many complaints from residents of Squires Park and Clouston Avenue about the condition of that road, and the thing is that no one is in charge of it. Now, Lincolnsfield and Heronsley, who developed previously, pressure was put on then to do some repairs, and a little bit was done, but not very well. But in future, with this new development, if permitted, no one is in charge of a road used by those 260 houses and the existing residents. So my question is, in terms of where we stand here with this decision right now, I can't see any mitigations put in place in the report. So what could be done? Basically, what is the response to that? Could there be included in the Section 106 that the county adopts this road and takes responsibility for it, and that the S106 money is hypothecated towards providing a pavement and also improvements for the roundabout with the avenue and Aldenham Road.
Thank you. I believe the County Council Highways may have an answer for that.
I mean, the starting point is there is a footway in Bushey Hall Lane. It's on the opposing side to the site access, but that is there. In terms of the adoption of a private road, if it was offered to the Highway Authority, we would of course adopt it. Our adoption criteria is we will seek to adopt roads that are of public utility. That commonly, for rule of thumb, serves more than 25 dwellings. We can't require that it's offered for adoption, and I don't know whether the applicant has sufficient control or can encourage the owner of that land to offer it for adoption. Obviously, it's in the applicant's interest to get it adopted, because we can't adopt any of the internal roads to the development because it's not joined to the public highway. There is obviously a cost that would have to be met by the developer. We would only adopt roads that are to an adoptable standard, so they would have to demonstrate that the road is constructed and drained to our requirements. But if they're able to exert that control over whoever owns that land, and I don't have the information in terms of land ownership, I only our response has been in defining where the limits of the highway are, and have been clear that this is access from a private road. But obviously, if they were to come to us with the party that has control over that land and offer it for adoption, then we would consider that under a Section 38 agreement.
As part of this process, have we determined who owns the road? My understanding is that no one has ever taken responsibility for it. Because the challenge is that and thank you for the answer, but the answer essentially is, well, hopefully, and that is a big punt.
I do take your point. It's a very good point, but I'm not sure it's a part of the planning consideration for this development. It's a very good point about the road, but I don't know.
Well, it is because the S106 could hypothecate that, and if you have a sustainable development of 260 homes at that end who have to walk and drive down a road that no one owns, and residents believe that there is no pavement, and I've been down there. The problem is that it's potentially very, very troublesome within months of people living there, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious knowledge or plan about how that would be addressed.
If I can also just refer members to pages 269 of the committee report that deals with conditions, you'll note that there are a number of off-site highway works proposed as a result of the application agreed between the applicant and the Highways Authority, and they would be dealt with through a Section 278 agreement. So there are a number of off-site highway works proposed as part of this to improve the local surrounding highway area in terms of improvement for pedestrians and cyclists. And also on page 276 of the report as well, where we detail conditions, there's a section in there as well about Bushey Hall Drive.
Thank you. So if we don't have any new questions, is there somebody who would like to propose that we accept the proposal? Yes, Councillor Giorgio.
Yes, I'd like to propose that we accept the proposal.
Is there someone who wishes to second? Councillor Carza. Okay. Now we can go to vote on the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The recommendation is as set out in the report, subject to the updates. If members are ready to vote. Councillor Allen?
Against.
Councillor Amron?
Against.
Councillor Giorgio?
For.
Councillor Handley?
Against.
Councillor Kazar?
For.
Councillor Lambert?
Against.
Councillor Rosehill?
Against.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Sussman?
Against.
Councillor Green?
Paul?
The recommendation hasn't been passed.
Thank you very much. Can I just check with members, what is the material planning consideration for the rejection?
So as a recommendation hasn't been passed, recommendation is to defer now for reasons or further recommendation. And we need grounds for reasons.
Chair, I think...
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Members, we need to understand the concerns that you have in respect of this. My suggestion would be, if you let us know what the concern is, my suggestion is that maybe we seek to defer and seek legal advice to try and assist members in that understanding and bring it back to a committee with some additional clarification and detail on that. But at the moment, we need to understand what the concerns are of members.
Councillor Sussman?
Could we defer to look at the very special circumstances? Is that something that we could do?
Given what members have said, I would state that you want to look at all grounds for your deferral. Is that how members feel?
We've never had this before, that if no one moved a refusal, we've not had this before, that when what's moved is accept the recommendation and there isn't enough support for it, that we then have to justify it. We've made our decision. You've seen the vote, that was what happened.
And I take your point, but I think in order for us to move forward, we still need grounds for refusal.
Is it not just inappropriate development in the green belt? Because it appears as though this committee as a whole doesn't believe that it is classified as grey belt, and therefore it is still inappropriate development in the green belt. As a whole.
Members, and if you thought that, may I add, you need a VSC assessment, and there isn't one. And there isn't one for the reason that the officers are satisfied that it was grey belt, for the reasons set out in the report. So they've assessed it as grey belt, and the recommendations to grant permission are based on that. Now, clearly, you're not satisfied with that because you'd voted by majority for that proposition. But if it's not grey belt, let's be clear, grey belt is just a category of green belt which doesn't perform strongly against 3 of the 6 purposes for designation as green belt. And because the officers were satisfied that it was grey belt, they've assessed it accordingly. You're not satisfied that it is grey belt. Now, if that is the case, there would still have to be an assessment of very special circumstances. Are there very special circumstances that would justify this otherwise inappropriate development or not? And that isn't on the face of the report because the officers, as I've said again, are satisfied that it's grey belt. So in the circumstances, it's not appropriate to refuse at this stage, because if your basis of refusal is because we think this is grey belt that isn't green belt, you don't have all the material considerations before you because you don't have a VSC assessment. So the best you can do is defer this on all points and ask officers to come back with another report. Now, the officers are still going to be likely of the view that it's grey belt, but there can be on the report an assessment of VSC if it wasn't. You'll need to be satisfied. In the end, you'll have to make a decision what the category of that site is.
Then what?
I think the basis on which we are saying no to this application is frankly because we're very uncomfortable about the grey belt aspects of it. Now, my own personal view is the grey belt has been enthusiastically embraced by both the planners and the developers as a way of forcing through applications, or this application. What we've quite clearly got is a lot of resistance from local residents, and I think we need to take that on board. I would like to see, because this is the first grey belt application for this authority as far as I know, I would like to see a lot more being put into any sort of arguments about why this is not green belt but grey belt. And when it comes down to we've passed it in front of council, I would like to see it being passed through more than one council to get 2 points of view, because what has happened here at this planning committee meeting is you have not convinced the members of the planning committee that this application should be approved. And I really don't think you should have 2 bites of the cherry. I think what we should be looking for is assistance from planners to formulate the reasons for the rejection.
Madam Chairman, can I caution against that again? Because if it's quite clear you're not satisfied this is a category of green belt land that is also grey belt land. And that, you know, and the officers have a different view, and fine. We understand that by majority you don't accept that. But if you are right about that it is green belt land, it's not grey belt land as well, then there is not before you an assessment of very special circumstances. So it's impossible for you to say that this shouldn't be given. What grounds are you going to refuse it on? You can't refuse it on the fact that it's not grey belt land, because that simply means you accept that it's green belt land and it's inappropriate development and are there very special circumstances. And they haven't been assessed, so you haven't got a view about that. So I don't see how you've got a defensible ground of refusal. I mean, if you want to give a developer a clear win on an appeal, then refuse it on the grounds that it's not grey belt. Because even if it's not grey belt, and even if you're right about that, there's no assessment before you on very special circumstances. So the best you can do is defer on all points and bring the matter back for consideration. I mean, the members officers will have to reflect on your views and concerns about, is this grey belt land?
Councillor Carter.
What I would like sorry.
Yes, pardon me, Councillor Lambert. Yes, carry on.
What I would like to see is not us having to accept a deferral. What I would like to see is the planners putting some weight behind finding what the grounds for refusal are. They often say that they will help us formulate the grounds for refusal. This is one where we are not at all happy with the recommendation for this piece of land. And if you want grounds for that, I'd like you to help us. Officers.
The officers helping you with grounds of refusal has to come out of the things that you are concerned about on this application. And the only concern you've expressed on this application is that you're not happy that it's grey belt land. And that in and of itself is not a ground of refusal. I'll say it again. If it's not grey belt, if you're right about that, it is green belt. It is inappropriate development. Are there any special circumstances? You don't know that because you don't have an assessment of it. You do not have a rational ground for refusing it. So I'm afraid we can't help you with that.
Chair.
Apologies, Councillor Carter. I believe somebody else wishes to speak, and then we can come to you. Thank you.
Chair, just to say, I understand the concerns of members, and it is part of our role as officers to assist members in making proper decisions based on the planning merits of the particular case that lies before them. And that includes formulating reasons for refusal where that is necessary. However, the position here is that the officers, in exercising their professional judgment based on their knowledge and experience, they've worked on many Greenbelt cases, they've gone to the extent of getting legal advice in terms of the robustness of their decision. So they are satisfied from their professional judgment that the site is indeed grey belt and therefore have based their recommendations on that. There is nothing for the committee, to stop the committee to say to officers, as you've done, well, we'd like a more rigorous look at that issue. And what you have been offered this evening is the opportunity from officers to take that away, look at the matters that you've raised in terms of the meeting this evening, properly scrutinise it, get further legal advice in terms of the issues that you've raised, and weigh that in the balance and come back to you with a recommendation based on those concerns. That may also, as the Council Solicitor and Monitoring Officer has advised, may mean an assessment under very special circumstances, and you will have before you then a complete package of issues which you can consider and then make, hopefully, the appropriate decision. But it would be reckless to make a decision on the basis that you have expressed at this meeting that you do not agree with the assessment that the site is grey belt, and that's your prerogative to disagree. But if that is solely the basis on which you are asking officers currently to arrive at a reason for refusal at this moment in time, that is not a sound planning decision. So, as a Chartered Town Planner, I would encourage the committee, strongly encourage the committee, to defer this application for further consideration so that officers can take into account all the matters that you've raised this evening and give them proper consideration so that we can come back to you with a report that fully addresses the issues that you have raised. That is my advice to the committee.
Councillor Rosehill was going to say something, I think.
I'm going to let my colleague just say his thing first, just in case, because I think I had a plan, but I don't want to take that away from Councillor Allen.
Okay, well, there are other people who wish to speak, so Councillor Allen, yes, and then...
Thank you. We've not had this before. We did not move, no one here moved a refusal. We were given a proposition, and 6 people, it was 6-4, and the 6 people who voted against might all have had completely different reasons. We were given a proposition, and we were not, and not enough members of the committee, quite, with only one out, were convinced by the case that was put to us. The reasons may be different. In 2 years on this committee, we've never had this before. And I would encourage officers to think about what this will look like to residents here or voting or watching on the webcam. We were asked to vote, and we have voted, and we're being told we can't vote that way. So the options are yes or yes. And you may as well get a bit of tape and tape over the no button here, because there is only one option. We made our decision, and now we're being told, well, actually, there's only one decision you could make. So the point is that it being immediately thrown back in our faces completely invalidates the whole process.
I think...
Sorry, Chair, can I just interrupt? Just to clarify, the decision that was made was not to follow the officer recommendation, which was to approve the application. What we are discussing now is whether it is appropriate to make an additional recommendation, be that to refuse the application, and any recommendation to refuse the application has to be based on the planning merits of the proposals before you. And that is the point that we are discussing at the moment. If members wish to scrutinise further those issues that we talked about, then we can defer the application and consider those in due course. But any decision has to be based on the planning merits of the proposals as you had before you. And as we stand at the moment, we have not received a proposition based on the planning merits of the application.
Councillor Carser and then Councillor Sussman. Sorry, Councillor Carser has been waiting.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering in terms of the timeline, based on what other committee members want to happen in terms of report and so on, can I just check with both the planning and the legal officers that can we have something in time for next month's meeting? In terms of what the other members of the committee want. If we are minded to defer, sorry, let me rephrase. If we are minded to defer this in due course, right? Would you have a updated report in time for next month's committee? Is what I'm asking, both through the planning and the legal officers.
Councillor Amron, could you sit down, please? Thank you. Can we have one conversation at a time? Because this is very important. Could we be ready for the next plan committee, I think?
I wouldn't want to guarantee that we'd be ready for next committee. What we'd want to do is make sure our assessment is robust, is properly checked and proved and brought back to you in a complete state to give you all of that information. With lead-in times for committee, the next committee may well be too short. We'll clearly work as hard as we can to deal with these issues, but want to make sure it comes back addressing all of the points. And in respect to that, we'd also, we can also capture the access points that were raised and seek some further clarification on that and bring that back to members so you can make a decision based on all of those facts. But it may not be next committee. I wouldn't want to guarantee.
Councillor Sussman.
Thank you. This is probably one of the hardest positions that I feel we've ever been in on planning. And with reluctance, I would like to move this to deferral on all points with an aim of trying to come back next month, but if not, definitely the month after. But I would like to add that I've always looked to the officers here for support, and I'm sorry, but I do feel tonight, I'm not here to be popular, I'm here to, as the voice of the residents, I do feel bullied into this position, which is really sad. And so...
Excuse me, please, thank you. Can I remind everybody to be respectful of officers?
No, and I am, and I'm saying...
Let me finish, please. Who have put a huge amount of work in. When I mentioned planning application item 5, in my script it says, members, may I remind you that any request for an amendment, deferral or refusal must make clear the planning consideration for the minutes. It is not unreasonable for us to ask you why, and I don't think it's unreasonable that the information or guidance you are being given by officers, that purely not understanding whether or not it's grey versus green is not a planning consideration.
Sorry,
so anyway, that's my opinion.
No, thank you. And I respect that, Chair. And as I said, I respect the officers and I always look to them for support. However, I'm not programmed to agree with Councillor Allen. However, I totally agree with him. I think we all have our different sort of thoughts and reasons. Therefore, I do feel we have no choice but to defer on all points. But I do feel that a bit pushed into this position.
Do I have someone who wishes to second?
Yeah.
Now, hang on. No, I've had someone propose to defer it. Can I have someone second? Is there any?
Yeah, I'm not going to say I'm happy to second, but I agree with my colleague that that's,
yes,
yes, I am happy to second.
Thank you very much.
But I just want to say as well, if I may.
No, I'm sorry. We've had someone propose. And then
so the recommendation before...
Well, but you don't think we've had...
We haven't discussed what we're deferring for. I mean, we don't know what...
Can I also add the precedent? Can I also add one thing, Chair? The precedent that we're being asked to do, because we also have another grey belt application coming up. So if we don't think it's grey belt and the officers haven't presented a very special circumstances assessment, that means we have to defer and we cannot refuse. I'm really confused about how this is going and where we're being led.
Chair, sorry, can I just say something, please?
No, sorry. I'm going to allow...
What happened to democracy?
Because I'm going to allow the officers to answer Councillor Rosehill's question, and we have had a proposal to defer it, and you seconded it.
I have.
In terms of the deferral, this enables officers to come back and respond to the points that members have raised in a robust way. And it protects the council in terms of any appeal if it's refused today and we haven't gone through the very special science, you don't have that information before you, it puts the council in a weak position at appeal in a potential case that is very difficult to defend. What we're looking to do is defer it to come back and bring that package of information to you, to give you that full suite of information to enable you to make that decision at the next committee that we can bring it to.
The Chair.
So shall we vote on...
Can I say one final thing?
No, we have...
Well, no, come on, Chair, because we voted. We're not allowed to vote that way. It's been thrown back, and now we can't discuss what we're going to defer for.
Because we've had someone propose to defer it, and we've had someone second it.
But, Chair,
I can't allow...
know what we're deferring for.
With respect, you've all presumed...
We shouldn't be having any debate
I know
after
we shouldn't,
someone
but you've all presumed that we're only refusing it on the grey versus green belt. I can't get in anybody else's head. I know what's in my head, and it's not just about the grey belt.
We have had somebody propose to defer it, and you seconded it. We shouldn't be having any debate after that point. Thank you very much. We need to vote on whether or not we are deferring.
So the deferral is on all grounds, and I'll take the vote. Councillor Allen? No, sorry, there can't be questions now. We're on the vote.
If the deferral is not carried, presumably the...
Sorry, Councillor, the Constitution is quite clear. When there is a proposition that has been made and seconded, it should be put to the vote. And if the vote doesn't carry it, then we'll have to reconsider the position. But the Constitution is clear. There's a proposition before you to defer on all points, so you understand what it is. It's been seconded. You're able to decide whether you like that or not and vote accordingly, but a vote should be held.
So if we can have the vote for deferral on all grounds, Councillor Allen?
I don't know what's being deferred for, but on notional basis, yes.
Councillor Amron?
Yeah.
Councillor Giorgio?
For.
Councillor Handley?
For.
Councillor Kazar?
For.
Councillor Lambert?
For.
Councillor Rosehill?
For.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Sussman?
For.
Councillor Green?
For.
The deferral has been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose we have a 10-minute break to allow the next Item 5B, 24/1211/OUT, land south of Shenley Hill, Radlet, and I invite Trevor Faulkner to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. The application before us is an application for land at south of Shenley Hill, Radlets. Sites are well known to members from the previous application from a couple of years ago. The site sits on the western edge of Radlets, with residential developments essentially to the west of it. So it's on the eastern edge. Kind of a bootleg site. To the north here we have Shenley Hill, which will be the main access to the site, and to the south, obviously, there will be another. There's no pedestrian access. There will be no vehicle access. There will be a pedestrian and cycle access to the south. The application before you is an application for the erection of 195 new homes. It will safeguard land for expansion of Newbury's primary school and a medical centre, along with associated access. The application is in outline form. All matters are reserved apart from access, so reserved matters will be required for appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. In terms of the application, just say there was an appeal on this site. There was a previous application, as many members will know, on this particular site, which was refused by this particular committee in 2023, and it then went to appeal, which was subsequently subject to a public inquiry, and that was dismissed in February of last year. And I'll go on to a little bit more detail with that. That proposal was refused by the committee for 3 reasons, which was greenbelt, surface water flooding and archaeology. The latter 2 reasons were resolved through the appeal process and therefore only dismissed on greenbelt grounds ultimately. Officers accept that there remain local concerns over highway matters, and that's certainly been fed through in terms of comments from the parish council and through a lot of third-party representations. But I would draw members' attention to, during that appeal process, there was a statement of common ground between the local authority and the applicant, and it was accepted. Whilst there's an objection from the highway authority, it was based on highway design detail matters rather than highway safety perspective itself. And during the course of the appeal, it was agreed between the parties that it could be dealt with through conditions. There was a Rule 6 party at the appeal. During both the opening to that appeal and during the closing submissions, counsel for the Rule 6 party didn't raise highways as an issue, being silent in both, but focus on capacity of the highway network. The appeal was for the same number of units as the current proposals, and there's no changes to the road network in the intervening period. And we don't believe there's any other significant developments which would impact on the highway capacity. This is a wider aerial view of the site. You can see the golf course to the north of the site, residential development as part of the edge of Radlet to the west, and obviously substantial tree belts to the east of the site, which separates the site both from Shenley, kind of to the northeast, and to Boreham Wood to the south and southwest. In terms of designations and constraints on the site is clearly within the green belt. It's not allocated for housing, and certainly not in terms of the current adopted plan. There was a draft allocation for the site in the 2021 consultation draft new local plan, but that was set aside and carries no weight in this case. There's one locally listed building nearby called Buckfield, which is on Theobald Street, and Theobald Street local wildlife site is to the south of the site. Other local wildlife sites to the north and the northeast of the site. The site is entirely within flood zone 1, which is land at least a likelihood to flooding. Riggs is a regionally important geographical feature, In that case, there is a mineral deposit within this site called Puddingstone, which is quite unique to parts of Hertfordshire, and that's on adjacent land, and there's public rights of way near to the site. In terms of some photos of the site, these are just views from the site from Shenley Hill itself. You can see in the top image on the left-hand side the sign for Shenley Hill. The gate is entrance, the site is, which is near to the point of the new entrance that was taken for this development from Shenley Hill itself. A view across the wider site in that bottom left-hand image, and another view again from Shenley Hill, which you can see the Radlet sign there. And just beyond that, we'll discuss that in a little bit more detail during the submissions and this presentation, is you can just about see on the right-hand side of that image there is a sign which is a 30-mile speed limit. So the speed limit falls to 30 miles per hour at that point, but beyond that, at the present time, it is 60 miles per hour. Just a few more views of the site. That's looking again down Shenley Hill, looking towards the Shenley direction, and you can just about see in the background there the national speed limit sign at the current time, which kicks in at 60 miles per hour. And then at the bottom of that image, there's a view looking in the opposite direction as you move back into Radlet itself. Further views across the site, again. These views were taken during winter months. Clearly, at this time of year, there is more screenage, and that there are proposals for more screenage as part of the wider development. This is just a view from Theobald Street itself, and that shows the Buckfield dwelling, which is a locally listed building. That's the only heritage asset in and around this particular site. This is just... well, these are the two main plans, or principal plans, that have been submitted with the application. The image on the left-hand side is a parameters plan. And if I just explain that a little bit more, get the pointer to work. You have to get the laser pen to work. That one?
Yeah, top one, please.
Top one. Yep, apologies for that. So the light yellow areas are the proposed residential areas of the site. In the northwest corner of the site, there'll be a new open space with play area, and the brown feature is a SUDS feature. Down the eastern side of the site, there'll be a swale feature. There will be public footpath and trim trail and cycleway along that particular section of the site, which will then lead down to a new cycleway pedestrian route through the woodland to the south, which will actually link up with Theobald Street. In the middle of the site is land set aside. It's that orange colour for a medical centre. And behind that is an area of land that's safeguarded for school playing fields, which be an extension to the Newbury's junior school. The image on the right-hand side is an illustrative master plan. That's just for illustrative purposes at this stage. It just kind of formulates how the scheme could come forward at a later date in terms of how it could be set out in terms of access, layout, and general parameters. In terms of National Planning Policy Framework, I think we've been through a lot of this earlier through the previous presentation. But the key consideration, the key difference with the new National Planning Policy Framework from 2024 is the introduction of paragraph 155, and that says development of homes, commercial and other development in the Green Belt should also not be regarded as inappropriate where all of the following apply. And I'll go into a little bit more detail as we go through, but we start again with the consideration of whether this site is grey belt. We've talked about that through the earlier presentation. In terms of grey belt and national designation, there's three key green belt purposes that have to be considered, which are purpose A, B, and D. And if it doesn't strongly meet those particular purposes, it can be considered as grey belt. And again, it's dependent on footnote 7, if there's any other special designations, if it's a triple SI, a national park, and various other designations. It isn't any of those designations, so footnote 7 wouldn't actually apply in this particular case. In terms of the green belt purposes, as I said, to assess it under the grey belt consideration, it's purpose A, purpose B and purpose D. In terms of green belt purpose A, it's to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. In terms of the council's stage 2 green belt assessment, this site was somewhat surprisingly, it was taken a view it wasn't on the edge of a distinct large built-up area in physical or perceptual terms. So it didn't actually score anything under that particular assessment. But when the public inquiry was held for the previous application on this site, that particular matter was considered. And as I said on the presentation sheet, the previous appeal inspector did not agree with that conclusion, as he could not see how a settlement of over 10,000 people cannot realistically not comprise or be described as a large built-up area. So he took that view it is, made a judgment under that particular purpose A, and the ultimate conclusion under that, he scored it as moderate. So he didn't score it at the higher bar of strongly. That appeal inspector from the decision of early last year came to the view it only moderately meets that particular test. In terms of Greenbelt Purpose B, that's to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. The Council's Stage 2 Greenbelt assessment from 2019 scored the site as moderately performing against that particular purpose. The appeal inspector also considered that as part of that consideration, and again he scored it as only performing moderately against that particular purpose. And just as a quote there, because there would remain open gaps between Radlet, Shenley and Bournemouth. So again, scored moderately rather than at the strongly level. And in terms of purpose D, well, neither the Greenbelt assessments or the inspector actually considered that, because it's concluded that the site doesn't meet that particular purpose. So in terms of the Greenbelt assessment, as I said, those are the first criteria. As I said, purpose A we say is moderate, purpose B again we say it's moderate, and purpose D there's no contribution, so it doesn't even score at moderate, it doesn't score at all. So if it doesn't meet those particular purposes, it doesn't fall because of footnote 7, because of habitat sites, local green space or national landscapes. And in terms of designated heritage assets, I'll go on to explain a little bit more in terms of the flood risk elements of it. So the conclusion in this particular case is the site is considered to be grey belt. As part of that paragraph 155A, you also have to consider whether it fundamentally undermines the purpose of the remaining green belts across the district. Given the size of the parcel as compared to the totality of the green belt across the borough, it's reasonable to conclude that in this case that the development of the application site would not fundamentally undermine this particular purpose. And just to actually put that in a little bit more context, if you take the site at 8 hectares, that would equate to 0.1% of the total green belt in Hertsmere. So in that regard, it doesn't fundamentally undermine the green belt across the area of the plan, which the area of the plan being Hertsmere itself. The next stage is criteria B. Is there a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed? The application is for 195 dwellings, of which 50% will be affordable. Well, there clearly is a demonstrable unmet need for new housing in Hertsmere. The borough's current 5-year housing supply is substantially below the target, and it's been tested at 2 recent appeal decisions or through 2 public inquiries. one at Hartfield Avenue in Boreham Wood, which was allowed on the 25th of March 2024, and more recently for land at Barnet Lane, Boreham Wood, which was very essentially almost adjacent to that site, and that was allowed on the 27th of November 2024. And in both cases, the land supply position was quoted as 1.36 years. And since that time, as was alluded to in the previous presentation, it probably has fallen below that even further. In terms of whether the site is, another test is the site in a sustainable location. Well, the site is well located, being within walking and cycling distance of Radlet Centre, with its shops, the local rail link to London, and local bus stops on both Shenley Hill and Theobald Street. And there are bus services on both those roads, serving the wider area, including Boreham Wood and Watford, etc. It's around about a 30-minute service every 30 minutes. In another part of where it's a housing site, the National Planning Policy Framework also requires you to meet golden rules. One of those is in terms of affordable housing. It has to be 15% above the local plan policy position. At this council, it's 35%. And the upper limit is 50%, so it is within that. It would meet that particular prescription. 50% of the units will be affordable housing. It's considered it meets local infrastructure requirements. I'll go on to that in more detail in terms of how the scheme meets the infrastructure requirements of the development through contributions in terms of education, healthcare, highway improvements, waste transfer requirements, etc. And another part of the golden rules is provision of new green spaces. They're accessible to the public, including children's play areas, fitness trails, and there'll be a new pedestrian cycle connection between Shenley Hill and Theobald Street, and there will be also a connection with Williams Way. So in terms of the conclusions, is development not inappropriate in the green belt? Well, the first test was whether it's grey belts. Officers considered it is. We consider it to be in a sustainable location. We consider it to meet the golden rules. There's a demonstrable need for this form of development. 195 houses will help the housing supply requirements in Hertsmere. And the site would not fundamentally undermine the purposes of the wider green belt in Hertsmere. So in that regard, the development is not inappropriate in the green belt. In terms of affordable housing more generally, there's clear identified need for affordable housing in the borough. The need is up to just under 600, it's 590 affordable dwellings per annum between 2020 and 2020 and 2040. And since 2024, affordable housing completions have averaged just 39 dwellings per annum, so significantly below that, or severely so in many regards. 50% of the dwellings will be affordable, so that's up to 98 dwellings, which will fully comply with the golden rules. In terms of tenure splits, it will be 75% rental to 25% intermediate being shared ownership. And in terms of that rental element, it will comprise a 50-50 split between social rent and affordable housing rent. In terms of visual amenity and scale and appearance, well, the scale and appearance of the development are reserved for later consideration. As shown on the previous slide, there is an indicative master plan that's been submitted with the application, which gives an indication of the layout, as does that kind of drawing next to it, which kind of shows the scale of how that scheme would relate to its surroundings. It will be denser. But that was a consideration at the previous public inquiry, and the inspector was concerned while the scheme would be a denser form of development, he didn't consider it would impact on the townscape of that particular location. Just to skirt through these don't form part of the application as such, they're just illustrations of potential house types on the site. But as I said, only access has been considered with this application. Layout, siting and appearance are for the reserved matters if this gets approved. Just various illustrations of how the scheme will look. In terms of residential amenity, and that's detailed in more detail within the report. But as said, siting, scale and appearance will be addressed at the reserved matter stage in terms of how that meets local plan standards in terms of back-to-back distances and various other standards in terms of parking provision, cycle provision, amenity space per unit. So that will be considered at the reserved matters stage. In terms of transport highway safety, National Highways have raised no objections to the application and is satisfied it will not affect the operation of the strategic road network. And from the County Highways perspective, again, they have no objections, subject to the imposition of a number of planning conditions, informatives and provisions within a Section 106 agreements. In coming to this conclusion, they have assessed the application's trip generation and distribution data and are satisfied that the impact of the proposed development on the surrounding highway network is not likely to be severe, and as such accords with the National Planning Policy Framework requirements. As part of their assessment, the scheme was subject to a County Stage 1 road safety audit, which recommends an extension of the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit on Shenley Hill. The photograph showed that earlier. The 30 miles per hour does kick in beyond this site at the moment. The intention is to actually extend that around that bend on Shenley Hill to actually bring that down to 30 miles per hour, which would have to be promoted through a traffic regulation order. Just in terms of the safety issue, I just put this slide up for information really for members. This comes out of the transport assessment work produced as part of the application, which was sourced from Hertfordshire County Council, and it's hard to read that on the screen, but it just actually shows within a 3-year period where there were accidents in and around the site. There was only one fatality within this particular location. That was to the south of the site, certainly not off of Shenley Hill. There has been accidents in and around the site, but again, not in terms of severe or fatal in this particular case. So it has been limited, and that's been verified by the County Council. In terms of transport and highways more generally, in terms of the application, as this diagram shows, and where my hotspot there is, the speed limit, which is currently 30 miles per hour around that spot, will be extended around the bend towards Shenley as part of the application, which will have to go through a traffic regulation order. There are also various other works in and around the highway to actually create an island within the central reservation to actually cross the road. There will be a new bus stop to the north of the site with a bus shelter. There will be a raised table for the access to the site and widened footpaths outside the site as well. In terms of the Theobald Street part of the site, as I said earlier, there will be a new footpath cycle link into the site, which will then lead up into the site. And there will be works to the highway in this particular location as well. Again, a chicaned and a central reservation island for pedestrians to cross the road, and upgrades to the bus stops on either side of the road with bus shelters. And that kind of confirms that. In terms of landscape and trees, A landscape and visual assessment was submitted with the application. Landscape is a reserved matter ultimately. Some landscape impact was identified, and that was also considered as part of the appeal considerations as well. With the inspector taking a view there would be landscape harm from this particular development. The landscape officer also considers there will be, but in terms of the overall harm, it can be mitigated through enhanced planting. There's no tree preservation orders, and the site isn't within a conservation area. As part of the scheme, I said the footpath link through the woods to Theobald Street, there will be a requirement for 23 trees to be removed as part of that to facilitate that new footpath cycleway. That has been assessed, and of those 23 trees, 22 will be low quality and only one would be of moderate quality, but there are clear scheme benefits by creating that footpath cycle link through the woodlands. And the Place Services Arboricultural Advisor has accordingly raised no objections to the application. In terms of ecology, an ecological impact assessment was submitted with the application. It looked at both fauna and flora across the particular sites, and also in terms of biodiversity, there was a biodiversity net gain metric submitted with the application, and this particular scheme will deliver a 26% BNG uplift. In terms of national guidance and local guidance, there's a requirement for a 10% uplift, so it is over and above that. And County Ecology have raised no objections to the application, subject to appropriate conditions, informatives and provisions to deal with the BNG within the Section 106 agreements. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the site is fully outside of any areas of flooding. It falls within flood zone 1, which is the lowest category you can have. You can see on that plan to the left-hand side, there is flooding to the south, but that's well beyond the site. In terms of surface level drainage across the site, there are pockets, or very small pockets, you can see slivers of potential surface water drainage on the site, but again, very limited, and again, that has been subject to consultation with the various relevant bodies, and the lead local flood authority have raised no objection to the application on either flood risk or drainage grounds, subject to various conditions to deal with surface water drainage, interim and temporary drainage measures during construction phase, detailed construction phase surface water management plan, and a detailed verification report of those particular works. Not shown on this particular slide, but Affinity Water were also a consultee on this application. It is in groundwater surface management area. They considered the application and on review have not raised objection to the application, subject to conditions being put on any consent in terms of looking at contamination, so there would be a need to actually meet various tests in terms of groundwater as well. In terms of other considerations, in terms of heritage and archaeology, where there's only low harm to non-designated heritage assets, there's one non-designated asset on Theobald Street, which is one dwelling, but in terms of county specialists, they haven't raised particular issues with that. And in terms of archaeology, that has been subject to geophysical survey, and there's no assets of archaeological interest identified on this site. In terms of refuse and waste, that can be a detail for design. It will be a detail of design in terms of reserve matters, and there has been a request for a site waste management plan be conditioned as part of this application. And in terms of climate change, there was an energy and sustainability statement submitted with the application, setting out general principles to meet climate change requirements. Again, a condition has been recommended to actually ensure that's addressed at the reserve matters stage as well. In terms of planning balance and conclusions, the site has been assessed and to be found to be grey belt. There are no footnote 7 reasons for refusal. Instead, footnote 7 deals with particular designations in terms of national AONBs and other landscape designations. There isn't any on this particular site. Proposal will comply with paragraphs 155 and 156 of the MPPF. It's not considered to be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. Relevant key considerations have been assessed in detail within the report as presented, and a number of conditions are recommended and the heads of terms regarding planning obligations to be secured. The adverse impacts of granted permission would not be significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits per paragraph 11 of the MPPF. Therefore, permission is recommended to be granted for the proposal. As part of that, there will be Section 106 requirements. I've already said there will be 50% affordable housing, and there will be a need to actually address that through and secure that through the Section 106 agreement. In terms of medical centre land, that will be safeguarded. The report sets that out in a lot more detail, but that land will be safeguarded for a period up to 3 years for medical uses. And if that isn't taken up by the NHS or ICB, as it is, then it will then be cascaded to this particular council to decide if this council would like to take that land for £1 and to actually bring that forward as an affordable housing scheme. And if that isn't the case, if the council after a year decides it doesn't want to take that up, then the land will revert back to the landowner. Other contributions are set on there in terms of ambulance service contribution, biodiversity, net gain, travel plan requirements, public highway improvements. I mentioned in brief, there is a pudding stone. It's a geographical kind of granite stone within this site and neighbouring land, and the applicant has offered to manage and maintain that in the long term. The proposals for school playing field expansion, and education contributions, which will cover primary, secondary and special needs, and that will equate to in the region of about, I believe it's gone up to about just under 4 million, so a significant sum of money towards education to mitigate this particular development, and a requirement for waste surface transfer station contribution as well. Just summing up, the recommendation is to delegate to the head of planning, economic and development and climate change to approve, subject to the conditions set out in the reports and the completion of a Section 106 agreement. There would also be a need to refer the application to the Secretary of State to consider calling the application in under the Town and Country Planning Consultation Direction 2024 as a departure, as it's a Greenbelt site. And the requirement within the recommendation that the Section 106 should be signed within 6 months of the committee resolution, and if it isn't, and unless it's agreed with the local planning authority, the application can be refused because it hasn't actually met those particular needs in terms of mitigation. And you'll be pleased to know that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can I now call Mrs. Rosamond Gray to speak against the application. You will have 3 minutes, madam, if you want to press the button so we can hear you. Left-hand side, just by the microphone. Thank you.
Chairman, members, thank you for allowing me to speak to the committee on behalf of the Radlet Society and Greenbelt Association, founded in 1982. We have a membership of over 400 in local households. The Society has resisted housing development on this site for around 30 years. In that time, and maybe before, the land was used annually for crops, shooting cover and sheep grazing. It is this farm land that agents Fairfax yet again speculatively seek outlining access permission for 195 homes. Having studied the officer's report, the Society considers that in the planning balance, insufficient weight has been given to the site's performance under the NPPF paragraph 143, and if given the appropriate weight, the proposed status of grey belt would be inappropriate. So does the site fulfil purpose A? We think it does. Along its substantial eastern boundary, it checks the unrestricted sprawl of Radlet as clearly stated by the planning inspector of 2023. And does the site fulfil purpose B, preventing neighbouring towns merging into one another? Again, yes. And now, even more than in 2023. The site actually has two highway boundaries separating Radlet, one on Theobald Street and the second on Shenley Road, both outside the Radlet boundary. The separation to Shenley is important and should be afforded maximum weight due to its completely open rural appearance, clearly visible on the Shenley Road, and Radlet's separation to Boreham Wood would be materially and substantially reduced to under a kilometre due to the approval of a 110 home scheme at Organ Hall in Theobald Street, Boreham Wood. Accordingly, in strongly fulfilling purposes A and B, this site does not meet Greenbelt threshold. Therefore, Chairman, members, the Society must say no to these outline proposals, which have received nearly 2,500 objections, an unprecedented number. And as nationally, it is widely feared that well over 50% of Greenbelt could be grey. And we contend that Hertsmere should stop this speculation now.
You've had your 3 minutes.
Thank
you very much. Thank you. Can I please call Mr. Philip Allen to speak for the application? You will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Philip Allen of Boyer Planning, and I'm speaking in support of the application. In summary, there are no technical objections by any statutory consultees to the current proposals. This is the same position as a previous application that was dismissed on appeal solely on Greenbelt matters. Based on Greenbelt assessments undertaken by both the council and the applicant, and for the reasons set out in your officer's report, the site is now considered Greybelt under the new NPPF, and the proposed new development fully complies with the Golden Rules. On this basis, the principal development is acceptable and should, in the context of the borough's poor housing land supply, be assessed against the presumption in favour of sustainable development as set out in the new NPPF. Notwithstanding this, and as set out in your officer's report, very special circumstances do exist, as the proposed development will deliver multiple and varied benefits, namely the provision of up to 195 new homes, of which 50% will be affordable. 75% of the affordable homes will be for rent, with 25% for affordable sale, in accordance with current policy. This number and tenure will be secured by a binding legal agreement which ensures delivery. Land will be gifted at no cost for the future expansion of Newbury's primary school. In addition, a financial contribution of £2 million will be spent ring-fenced for the expansion of this school. Land will be gifted for the provision of a new medical centre for the sum of £1. If the land is not required for a medical centre by the ICB, it will be first offered to the borough and then to the parish council, again for the sum of £1. In both cases, the land will be transferred freehold and can therefore be owned in perpetuity with no chance of it being clawed back. So the scheme will deliver 20% BNG, which is a 100% increase on the policy requirement of 10%. Furthermore, there will be significant financial contributions to local infrastructure of circa £4 million to education alone. In addition, there will be a civil contribution likely to be in the region of 4.5 million. Separately, whether grey belt or not, compliance with the golden rules attracts significant weight in its own right. I would also add that since the grey belt designation was first introduced in December 2024, some 6 months ago, there have been many decisions granted locally or at appeal in other authorities where sites were found to constitute grey belt. Therefore, in summary, the scheme benefits would clearly outweigh any harm, and so in accordance with the new MPPF, planning permission should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call now Councillor Selby as a community advocate against the application to speak? You'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Today I represent the 2,451 residents of Radlet who objected to this application. It is unbelievable that we are here again so soon after this planning committee rejected this exact application, an application which went to the planning inspectorate who upheld the decision. Are you saying that both Hertsmere Borough Council and Alderman Parish Council spent all this money fighting to keep this greenbelt site free from development for nothing? Putting that to one side, the officer has incorrectly classed this site as grey-belt. Section 143 of the MPPF states that greenbelt serves 5 purposes, one of which is to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. The officer's report contains no mention of the Organ Hall development in Boreham Wood. This is just 0.58 miles from the site. Why no mention? These 2 developments will mean the merging of Boreham Wood and Radlet, 2 towns in close proximity. The impact of the proposed development on the 5 purposes has already been scrutinised and addressed by the planning inspector. Nothing has changed since he made his findings in that connection except the decision at Organ Hall. As he found at paragraphs 30 and 31 of the appeal decision, it would have a significant adverse effect on the greenbelt's openness and moderate adverse effects on checking unrestricted sprawl and preventing towns from merging into one another, as well as considerable harm to the greenbelt. Let me remind you, grey-belt is defined as land in the greenbelt comprising previously developed land, which does not meet any of the purposes required by section 143 A, B or D. This site has never previously been developed, and it does serve the purposes of section 143 by checking the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas and preventing Radlet from merging with its neighbours. Accordingly, the classification of grey-belt cannot be upheld. Our own MP, Oliver Dowden, has written to the committee questioning how this site could possibly be grey-belt. The MPPF in December 24 introduced new tests for reviewing greenbelt boundaries, but did not support automatic reclassification of land as grey-belt to enable developments. Where's the evidence that Hertsmere planning are looking at sites to establish whether greenbelt should be reclassified as grey-belt? Are we going to have our greenbelt decimated because developers come in with their speculative applications while we don't have a local plan? It should not be the free-for-all that we are currently experiencing in Hertsmere. The Radlet neighbourhood plan is not being adhered to. It states in 1.14 that the vision is that by 2036, Radlet will have maintained and improved its attractive character surrounded by open countryside. Further, section 155 of the MPPF is not met in full. Yes, it ticks the affordable housing requirement of 50%, but does not meet the requirements of sustainable location and meeting the golden rules of section 156 B and C. Where are these improvements to infrastructure? Where are the new green spaces? What is the community actually getting? Essentially nothing. This site is at the top of a steep hill, which does not provide sustainable access. There is no proper consideration of the significant impacts from the development on capacity, congestion and highway safety. How can councillors grant the application when there's no clear and considered assessment of transport sustainability? There is no safe access to this site. There is only one access point for road users. It's on the bend on a winding country road, which is so narrow that in some places 2 buses cannot even pass each other. In rush hour, the traffic backs up from the bottom of Shenley Hill towards Shenley. How can you even get a cycle lane up Shenley Hill? It is too narrow. There is a crash barrier just after the proposed entrance, which is currently broken. It is stated in the iTransport report that the barrier will be subject to an appraisal during the design of the access. I ask you, what does this mean? Is there acknowledgement that there is a safety risk? Where is the risk assessment documentation? 7.20 refers to the infrastructure of the new medical centre and that Red House surgery will not be able to accommodate the additional patient numbers. Red House withdrew their support from this site and have been in discussions with the local parish council to find alternative sites in the centre of Radlet, which would adhere to the Radlet neighbourhood plan. Further, how can it be sustainable and good quality planning to have a medical centre 1 mile from the centre of the town, adding to car journeys through a site with limited access and without a pharmacy? This does not pass the sustainability test of the MPPF and does not improve local infrastructure. For the golden rules to succeed, there is a need for new improved green spaces. This isn't happening. There are no new footpath and bridleway links. There's no enhancement to nature. All residents are getting are a pavement from the development to Theobald Street and a small green space next to the main junction on Shenley Hill by the crash barrier, which will be noisy from the road. To conclude, there is no basis to reclassify this site as grey belt. The golden rules are plainly not satisfied, whether it's green belt or grey belt. The report takes a cavalier attitude towards access and safety. I therefore urge you to reject this application. And remember, in our planning training, we were taught officers advise, members decide, and please listen to the 2,000 plus residents who oppose this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members?
Yes, I just wanted a couple of things I wanted to come back on. Thank you. Particularly with regard to the assessment under the new National Planning Policy Framework in terms of the grey belt. As I said, the elements that have to be considered are Purpose A, Purpose B and Purpose D. They were considered in length through the previous application and in terms of the appeal that subsequently followed. That particular application was determined before the new National Planning Policy Framework, so there wouldn't have been consideration of grey belt at that time. It would have been very much judged on the basis of very special circumstances, and in that particular case the inspector took the view there wasn't, and that scheme was turned down on green belt grounds. But as part of that particular judgment, within the members' papers, there's Appendix 2, which is the appeal decision, and I'd refer members to paragraph 30 of that particular decision, which was conclusion on the greenbelt harm. And I'll just read out a section of that. In terms of the greenbelt purposes, the development would have a moderate adverse effect on Purpose A to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. It would have a moderate effect on Purpose B to prevent towns merging into one another. There was also consideration of Purpose C, but for grey belt purposes, you only have to consider Purpose A, Purpose B and Purpose D. So this was a decision from early last year, quite recent, where the inspector considered this particular site, and whilst it was turned down on very special circumstances grounds before the introduction of grey belt, he did actually assess the green belt purposes and came up with those particular conclusions. So it didn't strongly meet either of those particular purposes. So that judgment was, if you take that forward, would still consider it to be grey belt now through the new MPPF. Going further back, both the Council's green belt assessments for the emerging local plan considered this site, and in both those particular cases, the stage 2 one, again, this site was never scored more than moderately against Purpose A or Purpose B. So we have those green belt assessments and also the more recent appeal decision, and in both cases, this site only scored moderately against those particular purposes, so would meet grey belt tests. In terms of the elements about highways, again, that wasn't a reason for refusal on the previous application. This is essentially the same application as that particular application, same number of units, same development proposals, same access onto Shenley Hill. And in terms of county highways, we've assessed it. There is no objection to it on highway safety grounds. Subject to various measures, of course, in terms of mitigation, an extension to the 30-mile-per-hour speed limits, further around Shenley Hill, where it actually bends towards Shenley. So that is part of the application. There is a condition within the recommendation as well in terms of a speed reduction measure. So there will be a requirement prior to occupation that those speed reduction measures are put in place as part of that. I think those are the main points I wanted to raise really at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just add some clarity in terms of the highway matter and draw members' attention particularly to paragraphs 46 and 47 of the appeal statement. So the inspector noted that highway safety and capacity was a significant concern of local residents. In that instance, about 1,300 objections on that. They undertook a site visit. Now, paragraph 47 states that the application was supported by a detailed transport assessment and there was a stage 1 road safety audit of the new junction onto Shenley Road. There was no objection to a scheme from HCC, the Highway Authority, apart from in relation to detailed design matters, which the main parties accept could be resolved at the reserved matter stage, and they were subsequently dealt with through conditions. I have no reason to doubt the Highway Authority's view on this. There would therefore be no unacceptable impact on the highway safety, and the residual cumulative impacts of the development on the road network would not be severe. The developments would comply with the MPPF paragraph 115 and is capable of complying with relevant development plan policies. And then he concluded by stating, for these reasons, there will be no additional harm caused by the proposed development. And as Trevor said, the development before members is identical in terms of the numbers. There's been no change to local plan policy, apart from the change to the MPPF, which has been alluded to, and there's been no developments in that particular area which would add significant additional vehicular activity onto the road that would count against that very recent appeal decision that tested at detail through a public inquiry and through interrogation of proofs of evidence and cross-examination matters in relation to highways. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Yeah, Councillor Morris put his hand up. Yes.
Sorry. As really a point of clarity, I suppose, at the technical briefing I raised the issue over the medical centre, which Trevor very honestly admitted that the likelihood of that ever happening is probably quite slim. I'm now a little, because I asked to explore the possibility of, if it didn't happen, that it is actually passed over to the parish. Now, you didn't actually make reference to that, yet the applicant has said that on the one hand, well, if it doesn't happen, then it'll be offered possibly to the parish or the Borough Council if they didn't want it. The problem is that this is over a period of 3 years, and in 3 years' time, Hertsmere is unlikely to exist. So I'm now a little confused as to a fairly substantial piece of land contained within the centre of the site as to how that would in fact be managed. So I wonder if you could give some clarity, please, on that issue.
Yes, in terms of where that land, in terms of clarification, the land will be safeguarded for a period of 3 years, as you alluded to, for medical use. If the NHS changes its position and wants to then take that forward, they have 3 years to actually make that decision. If they don't want to take that up, then there's a cascade mechanism that will then be offered to Hertsmere. But when we say Hertsmere, any Section 106 would have to take into consideration any successor authority. So it's not a case that if Hertsmere doesn't exist, the successor authority wouldn't be offered that same opportunity. The applicant has potentially offered, I've seen submissions as well, that beyond that there could be an opportunity, depending on members' views on this, that could then be beyond that 1 year period for Hertsmere a successor, that it could then be offered to the parish council. They're offering that for a potential period of 3 months. If members think it should be longer than that, that's something we can consider with the applicant.
Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I acknowledge that obviously this is a pretty much identical application to the one that went before. There's just a difference in affordable housing numbers. I believe that's the only material change. As a comment, really, I think I'm quite disappointed in that, because if you think of 2,500 residents writing in with different concerns about safety on the access, this is an outline application, so I believe I'm right in saying that the only matters worth kind of looking at are the access and grey belt, green belt designation, really. So I'm a bit disappointed because that road, okay, up Shenley Hill, so I'm one of the ward councillors for this Ordinary East. My children both went to Busy Bees in Shenley, so I went up Shenley Hill quite a lot of the time. I also have a friend who lives at the corner of Potters Park, so that most dangerous driveway you could possibly see. I don't understand how putting 400 additional cars, which is the likelihood, 195 houses, probably likely 400 cars. The report stated that there's been a fatality over the last 4 years, there's various crashes. Add another 400 homes. I just don't understand why there is no objection from highways at all. Not putting any faults at that, but it just doesn't make any sense. It demonstrates to me that public safety is not important, really. But I think my sort of second comment, again, I was talking about grey belt to green belt. If I've had a look at the ABD, if the inspectorate was saying that it moderately meets A and B, why are we then saying as a council, oh, that's grey belt? Because surely, if it moderately meets those needs, it's still classified within the green belt, not the grey belt classification.
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. In terms of that grey belt assessment within that particular section, paragraph 155, it's quite clear. The bar is set even higher. It's not moderately, it has to strongly. So unless it strongly meets purpose A, purpose B and purpose D, then it's grey belt, essentially. Subject to the other tests we've talked about, but that is the bar. So if it only meets moderately A and B, it didn't meet purpose D, it meets that part. You go on and assess it against the other golden rules and sustainability of the site, infrastructure, but in terms of just assessing whether it's grey belts, that is the bar. And that appeal inspector from early last year, whilst he refused that application before this all came into play, made that judgment. Even though it was refused, he only moderately considered it under purpose A and purpose B, and our green belt assessments essentially did the same. Yeah, if I go back to the slide. Fortunately, I haven't got quite the same one as Alexia had, but let me go back. So it is really this point, as I said, in terms of the green belt assessment, is that element there. Purpose A, purpose B and purpose D, moderate, no contribution. In terms of footnote 7, that only kicks in if there's kind of local green space national landscape designations. Well, there isn't for this particular site. There's not irreplaceable habitats, and it's not subject to designated heritage assets either. And it's not an area of risk of flooding or coastal change, so it meets that particular purpose. And then in terms of, I said, another part of that particular consideration under that section is whether the development fundamentally undermines the purpose of the remaining green belts. And when the National Planning Policy Framework talks about that, it's the totality of the green belt land within the borough. This site is 8 hectares. I can't believe the precise figure, but I did look at this earlier, and this particular site equates to about 0.1% of the total green belt in Hertsmere. So it can't, by definition, fundamentally undermine that particular purpose.
Thank you, Trevor. Just one extra thing to add. So it says here, footnote 7, obviously, key thing here is obviously the designation of grey belt and green belt. But then if we're going with the officer's recommendation that it is grey belt, what does footnote 7 other than green belt mean?
Well, it is that footnote where it says other than green. When it says other than green belt's kind of taken out because of this grey belt assessment.
So green belt is in one of the footnote 7 classifications?
It was originally in the previous MPPF. Because it's now moved on and grey belt's been included, it's kind of been other than. When it says other than, it's those other elements that are under footnote 7. You then consider it under the grey belt elements.
Okay, I've got plenty more, but I'll let other.
Thank you, Chair. If I could come back on the highways matters that were raised, and apologies, but I'll repeat what I said and what Trevor's already said to begin with. So the previous application was refused on 3 grounds. It was refused on the Greenbelt, flooding and drainage, and archaeology. Now, reasons 2 and 3 fell away before the inquiry was held. So the only matter that was discussed at the inquiry was in relation to the Greenbelt. It was not refused on highways. There was no objection from the Highways Authority. There was a statement of common ground between both the council and the appellant that dealt with highways matters, and the only matters of slight objection from the Highways Authority were matters of some technical drawings that were resolved through conditions rather than any matter of highway safety or capacity. And that was the paragraph I referred members to in the appeal decision, and that is a material consideration in the consideration of this application. It is a strong material consideration because it is so recent. The ink is very fresh on it, being just last year, and there's been no change to policy or the highway network in the vicinity of that. And he concluded, the inspector concluded that it complied with paragraph 116 of the MPPF, and that states that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if they would lead to an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. And the test in the MPPF is severe. That's a very high bar and a very high test to comply with. And obviously there have been road safety audits, detailed traffic assessments that have been reviewed by the Highways Authority. So to take a position that wasn't refused on before in terms of highways, my professional advice is that would be unreasonable, and that would put the council at significant risk of appeal and of cost, because that has been robustly tested through that previous application, and there is no difference to this application to what was previously considered and, say, just determined very recently. But as I say, refer members back to that paragraph 47, I think it was, in the appeal decision that is appended to your papers tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sussman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Trevor, for your presentation. I'm 80% highways and 20% for Trevor, so I'll just do Trevor first. I do think that the grey belt issue is a very grey area. I think it should be renamed grey areas. I would like to ask Trevor, what percentage, if any, in Hertsmere do we still have of green belts? It seems everything is grey belt.
I did write down the amount, but I probably haven't kept that note. Let me have a look. No, I looked at it earlier. And I assessed myself by using an online system to work it out as a percentage. So this site would equate to about 0.1% of the overall green belt in Hertsmere. So in terms of National Planning Policy Framework, where that's been moving, as said, if this was to go to appeal and we say it does fundamentally undermine the green belts, we would be playing with saying it's only 0.1%.
Thank you, but that wasn't my question. So my question is, in Hertsmere, how much percentage do we still have of green belt?
Well, I believe it's 80% or more.
The green belt assessment that will underpin the local plan hasn't been undertaken yet, so that isn't, we can't provide a response that hasn't been undertaken. This application is being considered on its individual merits with that assessment.
Okay, no, that's fine. And if you can't answer my question, that is absolutely fine. But I'm just trying to ascertain if all our green belt in Hertsmere is now designated grey belt, and this is a very grey area. I think we're all struggling with this at the moment. So if you could come back to me after the meeting, because I'm just curious to know. Thank you. That's that. Trevor, can you please go back to the ecology slide? Thank you. I think there might be a typo on that, the second point, the BNG, and be achieved. Presumably that's can be achieved.
That's correct. In terms of national policy on that, and in terms of local plan, the minimum requirement is 10%, but it's within the region of 20% plus will be delivered here. They're saying 26%, so that's in advance of what would be the minimum that would be required from this particular development.
Okay, because I can apply to run the London Marathon, but it doesn't mean that I will do it. And I can tell you I won't, so I would like to see that as a will, not a can. Thank you. The rest of my points do link to highways. Wow, I think it's amazing there's only been one fatality. I think that's something that we should be applauding. I think that is just absolutely awful and we shouldn't be aspiring for any more. That's just one too many. So Porters Park, just up the road, which is in my ward that I represent, actually has 2 entrances and it has a roundabout at either end. Bloor Homes recently constructed about 200 homes on Harper Lane and they have a roundabout as their safety measure. And key concerns of highways in that instance include the impact of increased traffic on the existing infrastructure, just, you know, on parts of that road which flooded, which is the same actually on this road. You know, this part of the road is really susceptible to flooding. And when you cross one bus and a car, it really is quite scary driving up Radlet Lane and Shenley Hill. Residents at both ends are very concerned and many residents use that road multiple times a day. I do the walk that comes out just by that site and when I cross that road by that bend, actually that's where I do run about that few metres across the road because it is really quite hairy. I've looked at average cars per household in Hertfordshire, which is higher than the average of the rest of the country, and I would agree with Councillor Rosehill that with 195 houses, we have to be looking at least 2 on average per household. I've also looked at stopping distances. I did ask officers earlier today the rough distance from when the bend ends to the proposed entrance of the site, and I was told this was about 50 metres. So if someone is driving at 50 miles an hour, assuming they don't brake from 60 miles an hour to 30 when that sign comes in, the stopping distance is 53 metres. This just it makes no sense at all. And even at 30 miles an hour, if someone was at that point when it changed, it's still 23 metres. And that's, you know, that is not a lot of distance from the bend, when you come round the bend, to the entrance of that particular part of the road. My concern is that if, heaven forbid, there are more fatalities or more serious accidents like there were on the graph, the green dots which were on that road, that actually there is no answer to make that junction safe, because it doesn't seem like you could even have a roundabout put in. So even if that happens, what are you going to do? Unconstruct those houses and rehouse all the people there? Because it's just never can be safe. Now, this is an application that was refused initially, refused at appeal, and even the inspector went on to refuse it, who also, though he wrote paragraph 47, also admitted that when he did his own walk from that site down to the station, that he did it in the summer holidays, and he admitted that at that point it was quiet and probably not truly reflective. Nothing's changed. And I've got one question for you. Has highways ever been wrong?
I hope I'll have to ask, what do you mean wrong?
Has Highways ever made a wrong decision on an application?
I wouldn't be honest in sort of saying, I don't know how to answer that, I'm afraid, Councillor. We apply our standards, we assess all applications against standards. We required a safety audit that is undertaken to GG 119. So somebody suitably qualified has looked at this. The design is compliant to our place and movement planning design guide and to national standards. I know you've mentioned roundabouts. I can't speak for the developments that you have mentioned, but a roundabout commonly would need to be on a higher category of road. You need a certain amount of traffic going in and out of a development for a roundabout to operate safely. Otherwise, people just sail through the roundabout because they anticipate nobody's using that access. That's about 8,000 vehicles on the minor arm, so roundabout wouldn't be an appropriate solution. A mini roundabout is now banned within CD 116, sort of says that new developments should not be served off a mini roundabout. That access is in accordance with Place and Movement Plan Design Guide. It has had a safety audit undertaken and reviewed by HCC safety auditors. The visibility displays are consistent with the measured speed at that location. 85th percentile speeds at that location are in the region 37 miles an hour. The application is seeking to move that speed limit change, so that should assist in speed compliance. HCC take road safety extremely seriously, and as I say, one fatality on our network is too many. Obviously, whenever there's a fatality or a serious injury, the police are involved, HCC safety auditors attend as well, and one factor that is looked at is whether or not the highway construction and arrangement is a contributory factor, and where it is found to do so, we have a safety budget to deal with that. Commonly, unfortunately, there are a number of contributory factors to accidents, be that ill health, poor attention, driver impairness, or whatever. I don't feel it appropriate to deal with each of the accidents that's happened locally, but certainly in terms of that access, it is designed and should be constructed in a safe form, so it shouldn't contribute to the concerns that you have.
Would you, sorry, this is my last question. Would you accept that you might be wrong?
No. Our assessment has been robust against our standards.
You're just like my husband.
I'm going to take that as a compliment, I think.
Councillor Giorgio.
First of all, I should probably just talk a little bit about the issue of speeding. I don't think we should judge an application based upon somebody who's breaking the law. I think we should judge it based upon the application that we have before us. As a councillor that previously put forward a motion to Hertsmere County Council, Hertfordshire County Council for a 20s plenty motion in terms of reducing our speeds in built-up areas, I would like to see more 20-mile-per-hour limits in built-up areas. It wasn't for blanket everywhere, only in built-up areas, but that's not something that needs to be taken into consideration for this application. So my question then for this application, and I'll go back to the issue of grey belt, I think that, you know, us arguing over whether or not this is green or grey belt is kind of a moot point when the kind of like the facts and the kind of paragraphs that we've seen on here clearly make a case that this is a grey belt application. I'd just like to ask, though, around purpose B of to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. This purpose relates to the merging of towns, not villages, it says in our pack, and is in there. By definition, Radlet is a village and not a town. Therefore, does that purpose, is it right that that purpose is given moderate weight in this application? Similarly, with Shenley as well, it's a village and not a town. Radlet may be a large village, and you know we can argue whether or not it should apply to large villages, but the wording is very clear that it applies to towns, and in this case it's not a town. So have we potentially made a mistake on giving that moderate weight? Thank you.
I think the difficulty is whether, in many respects, you deem Radlet to be a village or a town. In fact, if you were to deem it to be a village, it would actually reduce the weighting rather than increase the weighting. The definition is in terms of purpose B. I'd say it's to prevent the neighbouring towns, and it's quite clear that word towns merging into one another. From my perspective, we've assessed it as being a town, so we would consider that in terms of its relationship, particularly with Boreham Wood, which is also a town. Shenley, I suspect we would take the view that is a village, so that isn't part of that particular assessment in terms of that gap between Radlet and Shenley, but it certainly would be with Boreham Wood. In terms of the planning policy guidance that goes with the National Planning Policy Framework. I haven't got that in front of me, unfortunately, but in terms of where it talks about illustrations where it would actually be weighted as moderate, it talks about, well, I'll just read it out. It says assessment areas that contribute moderately are likely to be located in a gap between towns, where there is obviously a gap between Boreham Wood and Radlet, but include one or more of the features that weaken their contribution to this purpose, such as, but not limited to, forming a small part of the gap between the towns, where there still will be a relatively large gap between the two towns, and being able to be developed without the loss of visual separation between the towns. And if we go back to that last slide, just for illustration. Clearly, in this case, it talks about is there any physical structures between, and when we talk about structures, it talks about natural landscape elements or topography that preserve the visual separation. And in this particular case, we clearly have quite a substantial area of woodland that separates both Radlet, or this particular site, with Boreham Wood. It is quite a substantial copse of trees between the two, woodland area, which makes this quite a semi-enclosed site. And likewise with Shenley, even though we're saying it's a village, but there is a copse of trees, again, is quite clearly a physical feature that would make that definition fall within the moderate rather than the strong category. And if it went to appeal, that would be what would be tested out. And it is quite clear in that particular purpose what that is. Also, in terms of the appeal decision, that was considered as part of that. And as I said, the inspector was quite clear. And in terms of purpose, it says the stage 2 assessment concluded that the site performs moderately against purpose B and C. We've talked about that in terms of the council's own greenbelt assessments. But then he goes on to say, I agree that it performs moderately against purpose B because there would remain open gaps between Radlet, Shenley and Boreham Wood following its development, but consider that performs strongly against purpose C. But we can't consider purpose C for greybelt purposes. That's not a consideration, unfortunately.
So if I could just ask a follow-up question. So in the original application, it was a greenbelt decision. Did the greenbelt decision include the word towns in terms of its in terms of purpose B, or is that only a consideration in the new greybelt MPPF definition? Because if it is, I don't believe that Radlet, which is under the parish of Aldenham, is a town, it's a village, and therefore I don't believe that that should apply to this application.
Yeah, but that's the problem we've got. If we were actually to come to the conclusion that Radlet is a village, then it would actually reduce, it wouldn't actually strengthen the weight, it would actually reduce the weight because it's considering the merging between one neighbouring town and another neighbouring town. So if Radlet's considered to be a village, then it's not a merging between a town and a town.
So sorry, could you clarify, is Radlet a town or a village?
Well, we've taken the view that it is, but that's why we scored it as high as we have it at moderate weight. If we had come to that conclusion it's a village, it would fall further down that to being in the category of weak or none, unfortunately.
Councillor Lambert.
Thanks very much indeed. Where to start? Well, let's start with the village and town bit. Radlet residents like to call it a village, but of course it is a town. It's got 10,000, and the parish is called the parish because Aldenham West is very big. It just happens that the largest town in Aldenham West, in Aldenham, is Radlet, but it is a town. Having said that, of course, Joe at the training the other day said, of course, it isn't defined. There is no definite definition of it. Just like Lexmore Heath would like to think of itself as a hamlet, we don't know whether it's a hamlet or a village because there is no real guidance about what it means, although there is murmurings about having 2 or 3 features like a church or a pub or a war memorial. So we don't know whether it's a village or a town, but as the inspector said 15 months ago, whenever it was, it is big. It is a built-up area, and his inference in paragraph 21 is that it is a town. And he talks specifically about this business of the gap between settlements. And remember, since he wrote his report, Organ Hall has been approved, and that has further reduced the distance between the 2 settlements of Boreham Wood and Radlet. So, I mean, that is a real issue, I think. The business about the medical centre, I'm not sure it's mentioned in the report. No, I didn't find it in the report. But since the inspector's report, the inspector does make it clear that since his inquiry, Red House has withdrawn their support for a medical centre on that site, and they are putting more support into Aldenham Parish Council's efforts to find a suitable place for the medical centre or a new medical centre within Radlet. I think the main point I want to make, and I think we might even sort of end up arguing about it a bit, is I do not have confidence in the diligence that the planners have put into whether this is grey belt or green belt. I think we agree it's green belt, but it could be grey belt. So I know you were going to get questions about what we might reject it on, but actually I think it is the same basis on which the Bushey application was, which is, if I am asked now, do I support this application? I think I have to say no, because I don't have confidence in planners having pushed back on the definition of grey belt, and this is a grey belt. A very good presentation and made it very clear, but I'm not entirely convinced that there has been the pushback. Now, I'm not sure how that relates to a reason for rejecting it, but when it comes to a vote, I will be rejecting it. I will be happy to propose that we reject this application. Okay. When the time comes.
Got some questions. Can I, Councillor Amron, you wanted to ask something?
Thanks, Chair. I'll make this quite quick. I know I tend to waffle on, and I'll try not to. It just seems to me that, you know, I appreciate the officers do a very, very good and quite complex, long job. I hope they appreciate we also, particularly tonight, have got quite a difficult job, but it just seems with the changes to the MPPF that, you know, maybe everything moving forward that's a large development is going to all become grey belt, which is going to make our these meetings go on even longer than they normally do. That aside, you know, Councillor Lambert's already mentioned about sort of, you know, is Radlet a town or a village? I actually spoke to the ONS and, you know, they wouldn't give me any exact clarity. They just referred me to the Parliament website that says that anything over 7,500 people is considered a small town. And apparently the current population of Radlet is 10,175 with probably a 0.89% population increase year over year. So maybe it will become a city at some point. But, you know...
do you have a question?
Sorry?
Do you have a question?
I do have a question, yeah. And you're going to hate me because, as usual, my questions, you're probably going to tell me aren't relevant. But going back to what Councillor Sussman said, it's a question from our friend from Highways. I mean, in the 2 years that I've sat on planning, we're told that we can't reject stuff on highway stuff, yet it's discussed quite openly, you know, from the officer's point of view. But I can't remember in the last couple of years anything I've ever looked at where there's been a real upcry from residents about problems with traffic and infrastructure and stuff like that. I can't ever remember in the last 2 years highways ever objecting to anything. And I just wondered...
Do you have a question, though, rather than...
It's a question for the gentleman
that's
from Highways.
relevant to this application?
Yeah, okay, I do. So...
because not having seen something before or not understand, you know, that's
right.
not
so, okay,
really...
we'll go to... This is relevant, so we'll go
Thank
to the
you.
crash barrier on the road in question, which is currently damaged, as we all know. I've just got grave concerns that behind it is going to basically be, you know, I don't know what they're doing with that crash barrier, there is going to be basically children playing. And I just would like to know whether Highways will actually carry out a further investigation of that. Because I've got grave concerns about, you know, that side of it with the safety factor, which I believe I can bring up as something that's relevant. Thank you.
I will report the damage. I mean, obviously, in terms of any damage to our highway, we have a team of inspectors out all of the time, but we have 5,000 kilometres of road. So if it hasn't, but we have a fault reporting system that any resident of Hertfordshire can use. So when I get back to base, I will check whether or not that's been reported. If not, I will report it. That will give rise to an inspector from our term contractor Ringway to go out and assess it. If it's damaged, then it will...
excuse me, madam. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
In terms of the retention, I mean, personally, I'm not sure what... That barrier doesn't go round the bend, which you would think if somebody loses control because of speed, that's why it is. I mean, obviously, there is a change in levels there. Perhaps it's there. We have a lot of it, infrastructure out on our network that was put in for a reason. The standards have changed or whatever. If the access for this, and I believe it does, interferes with that Armco barrier, then it will be for the developer to deliver that. And that's not a simple bit, a case of like unbolting one length of Armco barrier. They, as I understand it, and I'm not an engineer in terms of the safety engineering of an Armco barrier, but they are a cohesive design. So if they touch any part of that as part of the 278 works to deliver their access, then they would be expected to upgrade it to the correct one. Obviously, if it's faulty at the moment, I will report it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I just hope that whatever criteria they use to decide whether it's going to be sorted or not is actually robust.
Thank you.
We have a defect management strategy, as I say, that defines all of the defects out there, from potholes or whatever. Let's not do potholes tonight, it's late. But an inspector will go out, assess it. If it's a risk to life, then that gets treated sort of within 24 hours.
All right, thanks.
If below that, then it is treated in accordance with our adopted policies.
Thank you. Councillor
Chair,
Rosehill.
sorry, could I just come back on the highway elements again? Just
Yes.
to reiterate, really. In terms of this consideration, I would certainly bring to members' mind this same application was considered by this same committee in 2023. There were 3 reasons for refusal, but they didn't relate to highways. That was a consideration and would have been assessed as part of the same application. It's the same scheme, essentially, apart from an increase in the affordable housing. It was assessed at the public inquiry, at the appeal, and again, the inspector didn't raise highways as a reason for refusing the appeal. This application has been assessed by our specialists at County Hall and also in terms of national highways who don't raise objection. There has been a highway safety audit carried out with regard to Shenley Hill. And as part of the recommendation, if this application is approved, there is a condition recommended as part of this development that there will have to be speed reductions as per that plan. I had up slightly earlier, I've moved on from that, which will actually push the speed limit around the bend and further towards Shenley down to 30 miles per hour. And that would have to be provided in advance of the first occupation of a dwelling on this site, and the applicant has agreed to that particular condition. It's something put forward by County Highways, and the applicant agreed to that. So there will be, at the moment it's 60 miles per hour around that bend, which is somewhat surprising in many respects, but it will, as part of this development, if it goes ahead, there is a requirement for the applicant to deliver that speed reduction. And that is, as part of the safety audit, that is a requirement that's come out of County Hall.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you. I won't take too much time.
No. I just want to say, sorry to interrupt you, I think it would be good if we asked new questions. I appreciate everyone wishes to get clarity on possibly very similar topics, but I think we have covered quite a few of them more than once. So if we could ask, maybe new questions that are pertinent to this application, that would be good, if we have any, of course. Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got Google Earth pulled up, so I'm looking at the full bird's eye view of Shenley, Boreham Wood. If this isn't an example of urban sprawl and merging 2 towns together, I'm really confused, because it is the perfect example of an application that is merging. And in light of the moderate points that were raised from the appeal, that Organ Hall development has since been passed. So it only adds to that message that this is not grey belt at all, this is green belt. And if we follow the same rules as the previous application, does it have very special circumstances? It has a medical centre that is non-existent, not going to be built. So there are no very special circumstances. So I think this is a very different application to the previous one. I think for me it's a lot clearer. So I'll let other people speak.
Councillor Allen.
I'll cover some similar ground but ask a new question. I have 2 points to raise. I'll tackle them separately because they are not quite the same thing. Firstly, thank you very much, Trevor, for the report and for all the hard work you've put into this application, the assessment. I appreciate, as I said before, officers are put in a very difficult position here under pressure from all sides and a changing legal landscape. Also, thank you to everyone here in the public gallery. We appreciate you coming too. It's very important. This is a public democratic process and everyone can see what happens. That's really important. It's participatory. I think that as others have identified, this is eerily similar, if different geographically, to the first application, because the contentious point is going to ultimately be the same. And obviously we assess it differently from the first one, but in the first one it was argued, well, this can't be contributing to purpose B because the gap's too small, and this time the gap's too big. So you have to wonder what size gap would count as interfering with purpose B. That we haven't seen one yet. But I agree with Councillor Rosehill in that there are 2 points here. Essentially, with purpose B, my judgment is that this does reduce the gap. With purpose A, as Councillor Rosehill says, if this is not an example of a settlement sprawling at the edges, then what is? Ultimately, the consideration from officers is that this is only moderate. But surely this is a matter of judgment, not fact. Because there is no right or wrong, whether you're a council who specialises in this or us who know the area. I used to live on Theobald Street. My daughter goes to school in Radlet. My other daughter is at Busy Bees, and I know this area well. The question is, that consideration against purpose A and B, isn't it a matter of judgment rather than fact?
Just to, I'd go back. I haven't got that in front of me, but in terms of the National Planning Policy Framework and in terms of the grey belt assessment, more recent guidance has come out in February of this year. So that's the most material planning guidance we have without a local plan. And in terms of that, in terms of this preventing neighbouring towns, if we consider Radlet to be a town merging into one another, it's quite clear in terms of the guidance where it talks about the contribution and why it's moderate. It does talk about the presence or close proximity of structures, natural landscape elements, and we have a clear natural landscape element here. It's not an open field. Clearly, if the site was on a hill, we didn't have this copse of woodland in between Radlet and Borehamwood and Shenley to a certain extent, you would probably score that higher, but you would not visually see this. And when we say visual, you will not see this site. Okay, you will from the sky if you're in a plane, but in terms of at ground level, in terms of the views between Borehamwood and Radlet, there wouldn't be a view of this particular site. It's quite screened. It's even screened from the south by the copse of trees onto Theobald Street. So apart from the gap that will be created to create the footpath link, and to the north as well, it's landscape. There's tree belts there in terms of the impact, in terms of visual impact between Radlet and Shenley. There is quite clear and significant tree cover between the two, and that if we were to go to a public inquiry, that would be thrown straight at us, that those particular arguments, and there clearly are quite clear landscape feature between the three settlements, which does reduce its contribution to moderate. And as I said, the appeal inspector, whilst he determined to refuse that application before the new MPPF, he was clear also it was only moderate both against purpose A and purpose B. The only other comment is in terms of the development in Theobald Street, when we look at it, the area that's been developed to the north of Theobald Street in Borehamwood, it isn't aligned. It clearly is quite clear gaps between the two, quite a fundamental gap between the two settlements. I don't dispute that there obviously is going to be a reduction by default if you develop this site. The gap between the two settlements will change, but in terms of how we score that, in terms of it only being moderate, it's quite clear in the guidance that physical structures like landscape features as a woodland that visually encloses the site would score that site as moderate, and that's what will be argued if we defend this at a public inquiry, to say it's not grey belt because it doesn't meet grey purpose B, and you take the view it strongly meets that particular purpose.
I get all that, but we're just relitigating the previous argument. My question really is, surely our opinion is as valid as officers when it comes to those judgments?
Well, officers have to take the guidance before us. There's National Planning Policy Framework guidance that's before us. I'm not necessarily saying the inspector was right. That was his judgment. It's the most material judgment. It was a decision from only February last year. And in terms of the new MPPF, it's quite clear how officers should make that judgment, whether it scores strongly, moderately or weakly. And as I said, in both counts, in terms of Purpose A and Purpose B, because of the physical constraints and the physical features on this particular site with the woodlands, there isn't that visual link between Radlet and Bournemouth or Radlet and Shenley, that you would not visually see this particular development from those two settlements.
I'll ask the second question now, but where that sort of leads, as with the previous application, is if you hide it, then you get away with it, basically. The second question is, back to the golden rules, and I asked a similar question of the first application. Golden rule B, infrastructure improvements. What are the net gain infrastructure improvements here? Because the medical centre has been thoroughly discredited. Don't need to relitigate that. There are some highways improvements which keep pace and mitigate and enable this application. But that is not a net gain, because that's just making it less dangerous. There are some infrastructure improvements, as I say, which help the roads keep pace with this. Where is the net gain? Why is the community better off? Where's the improvement rather than the mitigation? Because this is really important, because it needs to do that to meet the golden rules.
Well, there are physical improvements in terms of, although it's slightly minor in terms of the bus stops. There's improvements in the road alignments. There's land that's actually been given to the primary school for more playing fields. Yes, it's only safeguarded the medical land for 3 years, and then it will potentially be gifted to the council beyond that for an additional year. But there is significant financial contributions that come out of this particular development. We're talking of a suite of 4 million towards primary, secondary and special needs. And there would also, on top of the safeguarding of the medical land, there is a 300,000 contribution towards healthcare, which could be used either to enhance existing facilities in Radlet, or obviously to help further explore other opportunities to improve and increase the size of those facilities. I know the parish, as part of the neighbourhood plan, are still looking at various sites within the centre of Radlet to improve the medical facilities, rather than looking at that. This particular site is kind of a round argument, because in terms of them offering this medical centre, there's been a lot of local disquiet about it moving to the site, because of potentially the sustainability of the site in the opposite direction, because it's further away from the centre of Radlet. So that money can actually be used to actually explore that further if they don't decide to actually take up this particular land.
I can just add to Trevor's, just referring members to paragraph 7.26.3. That lists out what the benefits are of this scheme, and I'll run through those. So you've got delivery of new homes, and that is important for all communities and borough-wide. So we don't have a 5-year supply. There is an urgent need for housing, and that enables people to stay in the communities in which they've grown up, get houses. It keeps housing prices lower, and it helps more of the affordability. We've got affordable housing. I say there's been a significant under-provision of that in recent years, and this delivers a large number of affordable units. You've got the medical centre, you've got new playing fields for Newbury's primary school, enhancements to the Radlet plantation, regionally important geological site, the rigs. There's biodiversity enhancements, enhanced connectivity through that link to the south, and you've got economic benefits that take place not just from the short-term construction, but the spend in the local community that will take place as a result of new residents. And then you've got further down in paragraph 7.27, the other section 106 contributions, and then you've got the off-site highway works, which will come forward through 278 agreements. So there are a large number of benefits that arise from this scheme that would impact on the local community.
Well, not disputing it meets Golden Rule A, but I think the wording of Golden Rule B is improvements, and the things we've just heard help it keep track with the extra houses and people, which is a bit different, but I think I've made that point, so I'll move on. And before I finish, I'll just say that as with the first application, okay, it's 10:01, but this is 200 homes, it's a major piece of work, and we have to scrutinise it very carefully.
Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, I have a doubt, and hopefully the legal officers can help clarify this. Are we policy compliant in terms of to help the committee, instead of going back and forth in circles regarding green belt, grey belt and so on? Are we policy compliant in following those new NPPF rules? And if we're not, then what can we do to be compliant with them?
Thank you, Councillor. The recommendation of officers is one of approval. We've reached a conclusion that it is policy compliant and it ticks all the relevant policy boxes. As I stated with the previous application, we've also run this report via Council to quality control proof check it, and they agree with our assessment and the recommendation, and that it is a policy compliant scheme. So we've proof checked it as well as had that internal assessment.
Councillor Sussman. You put your hand up.
Thank you. 3 relatively new questions, but firstly, just an observation that yet again I'm agreeing with Councillor Allen in that this is very important to scrutinise. This is a very serious application to be taken very seriously, and I don't think that we should be rushed. Just as a courtesy to the lady over there, she seemed to imply that the broken crash barrier had been reported, and if that's the case, very upsetting. Perhaps you'd come back to us outside of this meeting as to why that hasn't been dealt with. But thank you for looking into that. On this slide, the 3rd point down, is that in anticipation of the road accidents?
Is that your question? Is that your question?
No, my question. Well, that's my first question.
No, it isn't. It's in response to additional people in the area that may or may not put additional demands on the ambulance service through whatever reason that may be. You've heard our response in terms of highway safety.
Oh, I've been cut off. My question is that why on earth was the 30-mile-an-hour zone thought to be put in place before first occupation and not before there is loads of construction traffic, heavy plant sort of vehicles going in and out that small exit on that awful bend?
Well, there will be a construction management plan. There's a condition that covers that. So in terms of measures to ensure the safety of the access during construction, that will be for consideration as well. It's very much something we'd work with the Highway Authority on that element of it as well. But it is quite a strong stick to beat the developer with. It is a condition on the recommendation that those works are carried out in terms of speed. Moving the speed restriction further out around the bend, that has to be delivered before the occupation of the first dwelling on this site.
But after all the works traffic for years on the 60, just after the 60-mile-an-hour bend.
Although in terms of first occupation, that would still be quite early. Even one dwelling to actually deliver that's going to be quite early in the process. So they've got to deliver before they can even occupy that first dwelling, that particular measure. They'll have to go through a traffic regulation order to do that with the county highways, but it's quite clear that condition that has to be delivered, and that will be pretty early in the process if it's on first occupation.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I suppose I first ought to thank Harvey Patterson for talking me out of sitting in the first application, as it seems to have been one of the most challenging, although tonight is many challenges. My biggest concern that I'm seeing at the moment is a lack of clarity regarding the medical centre. You just spoke of the benefits that will come, and yet it's still being mentioned as a benefit when pretty well everybody, it looks like including the applicant, is acknowledging that there won't be a medical centre. So I can't quite see how we can include that as a benefit when pretty well everybody seems to know that it isn't going to happen. So I think we need to discount the medical centre, which then brings me on to receiving comfort that the land that the medical centre was intended to go on to is going to be dealt with in an appropriate fashion. I think for the moment I'll ignore all the green-grey belt issues because that's been rather well discussed already. But I'm not receiving comfort on what will actually happen to that land. Thank you.
In terms of the medical centre, you have a decision on what is submitted, and that includes the medical centre. So that is what is up for consideration, and that's what members need to determine. Now, we can't predict what may or may not happen in the future, and that's why there's those clauses in the Section 106 in case it doesn't. But it is hoped that it does, and the application needs to be determined with that medical facility in the proposal. That is in description of development.
Thank you for that. That helps to a certain extent, but when you've got the applicant making it reasonably clear that it probably won't happen, the officer making it clear that it is unlikely to happen, I'm not quite sure how we could adopt or approve an application where everybody's saying that it probably isn't going to happen. So you're leading me towards saying, well, maybe we ought to be refusing something because we haven't actually got the answers.
I'll come back on that. Well, the way the Section 106 will be worded, that land will be safeguarded for the first 3 years from a consent for the NHS to decide whether they want to take that land for healthcare purposes. And if they don't, it's not a case then it will just transfer back to the applicant or the landowner to do with as what they want. It will then be offered to this council or its successor to actually come forward as an affordable housing scheme. We've said earlier there is a substantial, very substantial affordable housing need in this particular borough. We're getting 50% affordable housing already, so in terms of that uplift, this site could potentially take another 15 to 20 units where the medical centre is, and that would all have to be affordable housing. And in addition to that, regardless of whether it comes forward as a medical facility, we are still going to get that contribution that will be for healthcare needs of 300,000, and that will allow the NHS and local practices to consider whether there's other options in Radlet, be it an expansion of the Red House or alternative sites in the village or town centre, whichever way we describe Radlet.
Thank you. I think Councillor Rose will put his hand up, and then also Councillor Lambert.
I was actually going to second
Possibly
Councillor
linked
Lambert's
to what they
suggestion
are.
that came through a little bit earlier, so I'll let Councillor Lambert.
Councillor Lambert.
I would like to move that we reject the officer's recommendation.
So, Councillor Lambert, you mean to refuse the application on...
We refuse the application.
And what grounds? What material planning?
Could we have the same grounds as the previous application?
The previous application was deferred.
A lack of confidence.
No, because the
previous application was deferred on all grounds.
Okay.
There needs to be material planning reasons for refusal.
The designation of the grey belt, and there are no very special circumstances to outweigh the harm to the green belt.
Chair, is it possible for me to come back on that particular?
No, because we voted. No, sorry. Because we've had a proposal and a seconder, so now we need to vote.
So just to be clear, the recommendation is to refuse, and the grounds are that it hasn't met the test for the grey belt, looking at the A and the B, and therefore it doesn't also meet the very special circumstances for it to be in the green belt.
So there are, from a secondary point, there are no very special circumstances that have been demonstrated, considering it was refused at appeal before as well on the same basis to accept this application. So
Thank you. So that's the recommendation. If I can ask members to vote on that. So Councillor Allen. And the recommendation is to refuse.
For refusal.
Councillor Amron.
For.
Councillor Giorgio.
Against.
Councillor Handley.
Against.
Councillor Kazar.
Against.
Councillor Lambert.
For.
Councillor Morris.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sussman.
For.
Councillor Rosehill.
For.
Councillor Green.
Against.
That recommendation has gone through.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful of the time. We have one more application.
Recommendation for refusal has gone through. Sorry.
Would absolutely. Would committee like 5-minute break? And are you all right to stay till gone 10:30? Yes. Okay. We will be 5 minutes, and then we'll hear the last application. Thank you. Thank you. We now move on to 5C, which is 24/1185/OUT, the Meadows, Blanch Lane, South Mims and Potters Bar. And I invite Caitlin Ellis to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an outline application for the removal of all existing structures and replacement with the erection of 9 residential dwellings with associated landscape parking and access from Blanch Lane. It includes access, scale, layout and appearance with landscape as the reserved matter. The reason this has been brought to committee is that although it is a minor development, it is subject to a Section 106 agreement to secure B&G provision, and as per the scheme of delegation, where the scheme is for more than 4 dwellings, as in this case, officers need to seek authority from the planning committee. So here is the application site. It is located within the Greenbelt, with the most part of the access road lying within the South Mims Conservation Area, as shown here. The site is accessed via an access road off of Blanch Lane, which also serves as a public right-of-way, Bridleway South Mims 050. The site is bounded by the M25 to the southwest, greenfields to the south and east, and residential units to the north, which are approximately 170 metres away. The only immediate neighbour is the All Seasons boarding cattery to the east, which is approximately 35 metres away. So here are some site photos of the Blanch Lane access road and the entrance to the site. Here are some photos of the South Mims 050 Bridleway, which you can see also here on the map in green. Again, just some more views of the entrance and the existing structures that are on the site. And some views of the rear of the site, which is bound by the M25 over there, and the northern view where the residential properties would be, and looking towards the cattery. So I said the proposed development consists of the removal of all existing structures and would be replaced with 4 pairs of semi-detached 2-storey dwellings and 1 detached bungalow with accommodation within the roof space, totaling 9 new dwellings. Each dwelling would have 2 parking spaces with an additional 4 visitor parking spaces, and the access road and bridleway is proposed to be widened and improved. So here is the proposed site plan, which shows the proposed 9 dwellings within the red line here. The blue line indicates land within the same ownership and is to be used as part of their B&G provision. So in terms of the principle of development, the MPPF and policies SP1, CS2 and CS1 and CS2 of the core strategy all highlight the importance of sustainable development, including the provision of homes and supporting infrastructure, particularly in sustainable areas close to settlements. At present, Hertsmere Borough Council are unable to show a 5-year housing land supply, with the latest confirmed supply at just 1.36 years, as we've mentioned before, being one of the lowest in the country. So owing to the lack of housing provision in the borough, paragraph 11D of the MPPF is triggered, which outlines that planning permission should be granted unless there is a strong reason to refuse based on areas, assets of importance, for example, Greenbelt, designated heritage assets, or adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So looking at Greenbelt, paragraph 154 of the MPPF states that the construction of new buildings in the Greenbelt should be regarded as inappropriate, though there are exceptions to this listed within paragraphs 154. Paragraph 154G is considered the most applicable in this case and advises that the partial or complete redevelopment of previously developed land, which would not cause substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt, shall not be regarded as inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. Consequently, the test to apply to this application is to firstly determine whether the site is on previously developed land, and secondly, whether the proposed development will result in substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt. So as illustrated above in the overlay site plan, the proposed development would be sited predominantly within the PDL land by forming a similar horseshoe layout with part of plot 9 being considered slightly outside of this, but still within the curtilage of the developed development land, and therefore is considered to be part of PDL and is appropriate to be considered under paragraph 154G of the MPPF. As illustrated in the table, there would be a reduction in footprint and volume when compared to the existing buildings on site. There would be no increase in the overall height of the existing buildings. The proposed layout would reduce the sprawl of buildings across the site and would remove the existing sort of undesirable industrial use and its paraphernalia in this location, and as such would be considered an improvement. The proposed development is therefore not considered to result in a high level of harm to the openness of the greenbelt. As such, per paragraph 154G of the MPPF, the development would not comprise an appropriate development within the greenbelt. Consequently, the proposal is acceptable in principle and no harm would occur to the greenbelt. Just a note on affordable housing, since the application is classed as a minor, it falls below the prescribed threshold of 10 dwellings or more, and so does not trigger the requirement for policy-compliant affordable housing provision. In terms of character and appearance, so as the site benefits from a good level of existing tree and hedgerow screening, the proposed built form would be visually enclosed, as such not appearing overly visually dominant within its wider semi-rural setting. Despite the proposed dwellings utilising the PDL area of the site, it would not be considered unduly cramped. Similar scale, height and distance from one another to the pattern of development along Blanch Lane and being of similar heights to that of the existing buildings. The urban design officer did advise that plots 2 and 3 here would have north-facing gardens which aren't ordinarily desirable but which could be addressed through the omission of one of the units or making the gardens longer to ensure they benefit from. However, it was considered that the gardens are slightly longer for plots 2 and 3 and would benefit from an unobstructed eastern side, which would afford sunlight in the early morning to sort of nearly mid-afternoon. In terms of like the material palette, it is considered in keeping with the surrounding area, and the urban design officer also commented that overall it appears suitable to the context, with the material choices being appropriate. In terms of the heritage impact, so part of the access road lies within the South Mims Conservation Area, with the application site being located within the setting of the conservation area and a Grade 2 listed Mims Mead, which is approximately 172 metres away from the site. The heritage officer was therefore consulted and raised the following comments. So they advised that no in principle objection to the development of the site, that the site would be separated from the conservation area by fields and wooded area. They did say, however, it was considered inappropriate to mimic the Brewers' almshouses in their entirety, which was referring to plot 1, but indicated that the proposed materials were considered appropriate, and that conditions were recommended with regarding to details of materials and of soft and hard landscaping. It was considered that how far removed the proposed development would be from the conservation area and listed building, it is not considered to cause harm to the heritage assets in accordance with Section 66(1) and Section 72(1) of the Listed Building and Conservation Area Act 1990. In terms of residential amenity, no impact on existing properties due to the significant separation distance with 35 metres to the cattery, but in excess of approximately 170 metres to the dwellings along Blanch Lane. In terms of impact on future occupiers, the separation distance between dwellings were considered appropriate. They were compliant with nationally described space standards, with the exception of plot 3, which marginally falls below the space standards by 1.2 square metres. The external amenity space provision is policy compliant, and there were no concerns regarding overlooking or loss of privacy. Environmental health were consulted and raised no objections, subject and conditions regarding sound insulation, to ensure the development is protected from noise given its site's proximity to the M25. So on to highways. So the access to the site is served by an existing vehicular crossover on Blanch Lane. They are proposing improvements to the shared access, so widening of the access to a minimum of 3.7 metres along the length of the road, with a proposed 5.5 metre wide passing point. with the addition of the introduction of a 1.5 metre footway along the southwestern side for the majority of the length. These improvements then ensure that emergency and refuse vehicles can serve the site. The public rights-of-way officer was consulted. She raised no objections subject to conditions relating to details like the management company to maintain the bridleway, for the additional public right-of-way width to be recorded in the definitive map statement under Section 25 of the 1980 Highways Act. In terms of trips, these would be reduced from the existing use. And I said no objection was raised from highways subject to recommended conditions and informatives. In terms of parking, the scheme is policy compliant, and similarly with cycle parking, and as I said, no objections were raised from HBC highways on that. Onto trees, so there are no TPO protected trees within or adjacent to the site. The development would result in a loss of one category U and one category C tree within the part of the site that lies within the conservation area. There would be a loss of 8 individual trees and 5 groups of trees within the site, which would be outside the conservation area. The arboricultural officer commented that although some are category B in quality, a landscape mitigation plan has been provided which enhances the site. Additionally, 6 individual trees and 2 groups with dead trees within them need to be removed anyway due to their condition. It was considered that despite the loss of some trees, the landscape mitigation plan proposes planting of trees and enhancement on the site, and therefore the arboricultural officer raised no objections subject to conditions ensuring the protection of the retained and existing trees. In terms of landscape mitigation plan was submitted, which specifies proposed planting of species for hedgerows, trees and scrubland. The landscape consultant was consulted and raised no objection to the principle of the development, but had recommended enhancement to the frontages of the dwellings to create a better connection between dwellings and parking. The proposed parking layout ensures that the parking standards is complied with, whilst helping to mitigate the noise from the M25 and keeping within the PDL area of the site to prevent sprawl. It was considered that considering the strengths of the site, on balance, the parking layout was considered acceptable. In terms of ecology, so they are proposing both on and off-site B&G provision, the off-site being within the blue line, same ownership boundary adjacent to the site. The proposed development would have a biodiversity net gain in excess of the mandatory 10%, with it being significant on-site gain. Ecology raised no objections subject to conditions and the Section 106 to secure the biodiversity game plan, the habitat management maintenance plan for a period of 30 years, the off-site provision and the significant on-site provision. Additionally, a certificate from the Natural England with regards to the great crested newts was provided, which ecology officers advised that it was sufficient information to discharge its legal obligation under the Conservation of Habitats Species Regulations 2017. Just some other considerations. The application site is within flood zone 1 and source protection zone 1. No objections were raised from the EA subject to inclusions of conditions relating to drainage. Refuse, waste and land contamination. Again, no objections were raised subject to inclusion of conditions such as a remediation strategy. And in terms of sustainability, details of the climate change and sustainability statement has been conditioned as well. The Section 106 heads of terms is simply the Section 106 monitoring fee and the biodiversity game plan HMMP and monitoring fees for both HCC Ecology and HBC. Just to end on some indicative CGIs of the site. So officer's recommendation is to delegate to the head of planning and economic development and climate change or development management team manager to grant permission subject to a suitably worded Section 106 agreement and conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can I call Miss Ross Naylor? Thank you. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you very much.
I'm here on behalf of Cycling UK and the British Horse Society. After thorough research and analysis of the applicant's submission, we have serious concerns about accuracy and environmental impact. There are key 6 points we wish to raise. 1, premature development. The applicants state that no work has commenced, yet Google Earth images from 2024 and 2025 shows substantial development, including vegetation clearance, banks, hard standing to the north, west and south, well before this application was submitted. This appears to have been done without planning permission. The aerial image in the application is outdated and misrepresents the current site condition. 2, biodiversity claims. The applicant claims a biodiversity net gain, but the woodland they reference has already been cleared. Supposed ecological corridors are now blocked. Over 4,000 square metres of woodland and grassland have been lost, not gained. Some of this land appears not to have been in the applicant's ownership. 3, public rights of way. Bridleway 50 crosses the site's northeast corner, a legally protected public right of way, currently partially obstructed by gates and fencing. The proposed rerouting crosses onto neighbouring land and lies within what should be tree root protection zones, which the applicant tree report fails to acknowledge. The access point to Blanch Lane is just 4.6 metres wide, but not wide enough for both vehicles and vulnerable road users. This bridleway is important as it is part of the rights of way improvement plan around Potters Bar and South Mims, and this plan has not been referenced at all and cannot be ignored. 4, obstructed access. A large earth bund over 3 metres high blocks a registered legal right-of-way to the south. This breaches any access for neighbouring landowners. This is referred to in emails sent to all the planning committee recently. These earthworks need to be removed prior to any development as per Cycling UK's submission. The applicant incorrectly states the site is not visible from any public route. That's wrong. Okay, 6, as the site boundaries, ownership and right of access remain unclear, it is obvious that the proposed new bridleway and access route appear to lie outside the applicant's land title. Unless the applicant provides written consent from affected landowners, this application should not proceed. If the committee approves this,
Thank you
it
very
sets...
much, Madam.
Okay.
You've had your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please can I call Mr. Scott Moore to speak for the application? You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I'll try and rush through this so I can answer the last speaker's comments. This plan application has been in process for over 4.5 years. 2 pre-planned apps, also a withdrawn application in which we withdrew it to provide a footpath and provide improvements to the access road. I first must let you know that this site, it has the benefit of a lawful development certificate from 1984, which gives it a use as a general builder's depot with ancillary plant vehicle maintenance. This was given in 1984. It has unlimited, uncontrolled use. That means 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. What our application is trying to do, and you'll see that this hasn't come under the auspices of Grey Belt. This was put in before Grey Belt was come in. Had it been under the Grey Belt, it would fit all the criteria. What I have to explain to you really, first of all, is the benefits it brings. The bridleway will be improved, it will be widened, a footpath will be provided all the way along. the bridle pathway that crosses by our site is being widened to 5 metres. All of the improvements were discussed with the rights of way officer beforehand, with their definitive map, and agreed with the position, the materials, and everything else wrong with it. What I can say is this will bring the biodiversity net gain on site is over 600% biodiversity net gain. These are 9 units, 2 and 3 bed family homes, which are required. It's a massive improvement to an industrial commercial use in the green belt. Now, I'd like to respond to the speaker. I did approach her earlier this evening to speak to her, and they wouldn't speak to me. 2.5 months ago, we got a letter of objection from the British Horse Society. Immediately, I got in touch with their national office because there was no phone number, no address, no email address on the objection. I got in touch with their national office, who referred me to the local office, who I got in touch with. The local office, I explained, I said, I don't understand the comments. The things about the earth buns and removing woodland is absolute rubbish. What it is, at different times of the year, the bund has vegetation on, and sometimes it doesn't. There's no woodland ever being cleared off the site. And I don't understand. I'd have thought the comments about the bridleway and everything else, they would be welcoming the application because we are improving everything, improving the access, improving the bridleway. And we've conformed with everyone there. There are no objections to this. The only objection we had was from the urban design officer, who thought there should be a bit more space, but we explained we did it that way because the environmental officer had said it's a good idea to put the building in such a way so they blocked noise from the motorway and the gardens then were quieter. That's why that development was done that way. I'm a little bit taken back by the comments there. The title, the land registry, everything I explained to both their national office and their local office. No, this lady who spoke tonight did not phone me back. Thank you very much.
You've had 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members?
I'll just pick on one point. With regards to the comment made about there being clearing the site or development already taking place without planning permission. You can clear a site without planning permission. That's not considered development. I just thought I'd clear that up.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Giorgio and then Councillor Sussman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grigg. As a young man, I spent many years visiting friends on Earl's Corner, so I'm quite aware of this site that's just across the road and the kind of narrow access way that's there. I appreciate that work will be carried out to kind of improve that and put in a pathway. And I'm very pleased to see about the use of heritage materials in the building because that area is a village and it has that village feel. So the use of that, I think, is very sympathetic to that area. My question is about the pathway and about the bridleway. Can you confirm if there is a bridleway along there and whether or not the development of these units would be an improvement to that bridleway, so in order to make it more accessible? Thank you.
Yes, so as part of the proposal, they are improving the access and by with it, the bridleway that goes past sort of the site. So they, in terms of widening it, they are also implementing actually a footpath separate to the vehicular access. And as I said, the public right-of-way officer welcomed these improvements and didn't raise any objections to it.
Thank you. Councillor Sussman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Caitlin, for a very comprehensive report. Can we go back to the slide with the pictures, please, of the site? It's quite near the beginning, I think. No, the actual pictures of the site. Yeah, those. So just to clarify, this is in Greenbelt.
Yes.
This site isn't Greybelt.
No, so in terms of the Greenbelt assessment, when you get to paragraph 154, you're looking at the exceptions, and this, because this meets one of the exceptions, it doesn't progress into the grey belt assessment.
Okay, because to me, and excuse my, I mean, actually, I'd look at that and think that, and I would think, not knowing anything, you're the experts, that this is brownfield. So not only is this, so to be grey belt, something's got to be absolutely lush green, have sheep grazing on it and look amazing. So this is green belt, actually. So you can come back on that. But I have to say, I do actually like this application. I'm very much into what residents think, and I appreciate both parties coming along tonight to speak. And of the people of the neighbours who were consulted, 20% responded, of which 6 were against and 5 were in favour. And I have to take that on board. And on this lovely Greenbelt site, it's also good to see an application that comes with 2 parking spaces per property, which is most unusual nowadays, and also 4 visitor spaces. I do think this is a good application, and if when the time comes, I'd like to move this for approval. Thank you.
Councillor Allen?
It's important we give this application the same degree of attention and scrutiny as the previous 2, just because it goes last, I mean it's least important. But it's perhaps more difficult for us to grasp one aspect of it, which is there is a discrepancy, appears to be a discrepancy between the testimony from one of our speakers and the other speaker and the report. I think without having seen it in the flesh, it's quite difficult to visualise some of the points and counterpoints being made. But could officers explain why there is that discrepancy in the testimony about the bridleways, about the access points and displays and so forth? But to put it another way, essentially there are 2 different stories being told.
So there were a few comments that were made, in the main of the objections were in relation to the accuracy of where the public right-of-way was shown on site plans and on sort of land registry plans. And again, this was something that the public right-of-way officer had also commented on. I think because over years, there's obviously been some disparity on where it actually sort of draws through. But essentially, one of the condition is once the amendments are made and the improvements are made with the widening of the bridleway, that this is going to be recorded within the definitive map statement under Section 25 of the 1980 Highways Act prior to construction of any dwellings above ground level. So that will correct essentially and show what the actual right-of-way goes through and where that is present. In terms of other disparities with regards to, I think, clearance was the other thing. As I said, within
and width.
The width. Sorry.
And clearance.
Yeah. So in terms of the clearance, if I show. So obviously this shows a bit more of an updated sort of aerial view, as opposed to the one that they showed the proposed site overlay plan on, which was this one. In terms of the assessment of the greenbelt, in terms of looking at whether it was PDL, whether it was cleared more, which they can do without permission, because it's not considered development, it doesn't have an impact on that assessment. What was the other point? And the last point was about the width of the...
There's no dispute, it's PDL. I suppose, sort of summarise, one of the objections is that it infringes horse access and the bridleway. But we're satisfied that's all been checked out, yeah?
Yeah, as I said, a site visit's been made. The current access to the bridleway is here. It shows on that. It actually doesn't really lead anywhere as such. But in terms of the proposed development, the improvements will be made, which will remove the fencing that you can see at the moment. So it would comply with the width and everything of a public bridleway.
Okay, thanks.
Does anyone have anything else they want to ask? Then Councillor Sisman, you...
Yes, can we move to approval, please?
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Giorgio.
Thank you. The recommendation is as set out in the report. I can take the vote. Councillor Allen?
4.
Councillor Amron?
4.
Councillor Giorgio?
4.
Councillor Handley?
4.
Councillor Kazar?
4.
Councillor Lambert?
4.
Councillor Morris?
4.
Councillor Rosehill?
4.
Councillor Smith?
4.
Councillor Sussman?
4.
Councillor Green?
4.
That recommendation has been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to item 6 of the agenda, which is planning appeals. Can members confirm they have received their list of planning appeals? Item 7, any other business of which there is none. Item 8, the next meeting of the Planning Committee is Thursday the 24th of July. And I close the meeting at 22:54. Thank you.